Hello and welcome to the Apac Online Megacity Finals this year. Yesterday we had the online Apac Megacity Swiss rounds, and today we have the finals with the top 8 bracket going up against each other. Very exciting. I'm going to get the bracket pulled up as soon as I can so I can briefly talk about who is in the tournament, who made it. We should have pairings up. Let me see if I can do this. If you're just joining us, this is day 2 of the Megacities events for Netrunner. Megacities are the events in between, larger than a local district, but smaller than an entire continent. We've called them Megacities because that's the most cyberpunk thing to do. Alright. Let's see. Looks like, yeah, there we go. So let me pull that up on stream so you can see the pairings for this round. And yeah. So, looks like for this round we will have Man in the Moon versus, I might be able to see it. Can I see it understanding? Yeah, so number 1 seed Man in the Moon on Aoko and Lu. Not a huge surprise there. Up against, I could just click these. Okay, versus, sorry, clicking around. Ant1. Jai versus Melty Coconut. Abyss Stares Back versus Generator, and 34 Witches versus Leah. Leah on Lat and 34 Witches on HB. The players are probably currently choosing whether they want to corp or run. In the brackets, the higher seed player gets to choose which side they would like to do first. It's a double elimination bracket, so you only get to decide for the first round. After that, I believe it's chosen automatically. It might get chosen by the players. We'll see how it goes. All right. But yes, so for round 1, we have HB Precision Design versus Leah's Lat deck. Let's take a look at the standings real quick and see what the top cut was like. So we've got 2 Alcos and 2 Lus. One thing that's interesting about APAC finals always is you get a lot of Pacific American players, especially because like I'm personally from the PNW, and it's currently 6 o'clock for me. It's a good time zone for me to play as well, but consider if I'm willing to stay up very late. In fact, for a lot of people, they actually prefer it to the American time zone, whereas the European tournament starts at, I believe, 1 a.m. for me. So there's a bit of an overlap there, and I recognize a few of these players from my local meta. Man in the Moon especially. 34 Witches on PD and Lu. Always, I would say I was excited to see PD, but I'm guessing that is the combo PD that's been going around, which is very scary. Jai on Nuvum and Mushi. Oh, I love Jai's Nuvum. I might try and watch that game if that is being played. Tia on Melty Coconut on Tia. Fascinating. Tia Tau, Melee Slat, Nebula, and Mags. Interesting. And Antoine on Aoko and Mushi. Fascinating. A lot of, I mean, obviously a lot of red representative, but there's 2 players that aren't on red, and a fair bit more representative on the other side than I expected too. There's a Lat, there's a Mag, and a Tau. Shout out to Janinator, really pushing the bold here. 2 identities that no one else has. All right, let's, pairing should be just about up. Looks like we're seeing who's going to play what. If Jai ends up corping, I'll probably end up checking out that game. Otherwise, we will actually switch Jai's other identity. Jai's other identity being Mushi. I mean, I'd be down to watch Mushi versus Atia. So, yeah, if that's Jai versus Melty Coconut, yeah, so that game will be interesting no matter what happens. So we'll probably try and tune into that game. Please don't watch as I enter my password, which apparently got logged out. Quick second. God, it didn't show up on screen. All right. So yeah, once those games are made, we will go ahead and watch. Probably going to try and tune into game 2 because it has the most interesting matchups for me. But we should see quite a few. Looks like Jai needs 2 minutes, so we'll take a we'll start taking a look at some of these things. Let's take a look at the tournament in general real quick. Just see how things ended up going with the general stats. Yeah, so not a huge surprise here with the end final layout. Almost 50% of players on Jinteki, and all of them except one on Melees or Alco. There's also, of course, 5 players on PD, and I would not be surprised if all of those PD decks were exactly the same. The exact same combo PD. I've heard tales of how bad this is. It's very, very, one of my partners really, really hates this one. So we'll see how this goes. 5 Nuvum is interesting. That must be a specific things that's been picking up, because I haven't heard much about that, but I'm excited to see how it does in this tournament. And reasonable showing from green here. Only 2 yellow decks, but one of them did make the top cut. Who knows if that's actually a good showing for yellow, or just some players who are really, really good at piloting and tested this out. Meanwhile, on the other side, there are only 4 criminal decks, and they are all mushy. And there are 17 Anarch decks, and they are all Lu. That's not the best sign. Lots of experimentation on the green side, but wow. That means that, okay, if 17 was not again recently repopularized Nuvum, that's really cool to hear. I mean, I am the Nuvum fan. I've been playing Nuvum was what I switched to after NBN kind of shifted out of the meta, and I had to stop playing NBN as much to my own sadness. Well, more that the NBN decks were not to my liking necessarily. All right, let's check if games are up. No games yet, so we're still waiting for a bit. Yeah, so yeah, that means, okay, if 60%, there were how many players in this tournament? 30 players. Yeah, so if only the Asa player stopped, we would still have a majority of runners, not just on Anarch, but on only Lu. This wasn't even a showing of mostly players are playing Anarch. This is mostly players are playing Lu. Excuse me for coughing. It's going to be a bit rough. I've had a cold all week. Rough times in the meta for that. Meanwhile, on the top cut, things are a little bit more balanced, at least on the runner side. A fair showing of different shapers, and then the Mushi and the Lu. I do wonder if maybe this is partially because people were more prepared for Lu, because it has, when you have something that has such a wide margin, it can often fail to perform at the top cut because the people playing at the top cut are going to be more ready for what comes. On the corpse side, meanwhile, there are 3 outlying decks and 5 Jintekis. Although one of the Jintekis is Atea, which is always very, very cool to see. Love to see Atea. Yeah. Oh, these are nice stats. I haven't seen these before. Wow, yeah. Wayland not having the best conversion rate, but of course, meanwhile, Anarch having the lowest conversion rate, but that's mostly due to the fact that most of the decks were Anarch, so it's hard to really glean anything from that. Sad to see Padma and Arisana at the bottom along with Asa, but such is life. No luck with them, no luck with Editorial Division, Ob, or Zwicky. I do love Zwicky, so I hope it does well pretty soon. Alright, if we're going to watch the Jai game first. Shaper converting like crazy. Yeah, wild Shaper conversion this tournament. Three separate Shapers in the top cut. Looks like sadly I will not be seeing my beloved Nuvum being played in the top cut, but I am excited to see that Atea deck. Let's take a look at these 2 decks from the players we're about to see. So the Atea deck is first at Calgary Districts. It's got, let's see what's interesting in here. 6 Funhouse. This isn't running the 6 Funhouse, 2 Unleash. Interesting. 2 Predictive Planogram, 1 end of the line, so it's a bit of a tag deck. Knowledge Seeker, 1 Knowledge Seeker, 2 Cloud Eaters. Ooh, two B1001s. Okay, so this is trying to do some wild stuff. What does this card do again? I don't remember this one. Always a good time when I don't immediately recognize a card. Yeah, it's from the new set. Is it the new... Oh, huh. Runner moves the outermost position of archives. It's that one. Fascinating. Okay. It's definitely it's an interesting deck. It's definitely meant to keep them off all combo pieces. Three see how they runs. Okay, there we go. So the three see how they runs are probably trying to do the combo where you kill in one turn with see how they run by scoring out see how they run, landing a tag, and then also landing a damage, and then playing end of the line to kill. But there's a lot of other options here. There's Mindscaping, there's the B1000 ones. We could see some very interesting tag stuff in this deck. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have a rather standard looking Mushi deck. There is one direct access, which I don't necessarily think will matter here. Atea's deck, Atea's thing mostly, almost always only applies on their turn. There are times when you can cheese out doing something very, very fun. However, it's rough to try and do it on the other turn. Sang Cancel. Yeah, no, I've seen Sang Cancel in a few decks recently, actually. Mystic Mamie, Fencer, the Twinning, 3-class Axe. This is a very, very standard Mushi deck. Two Hermes could be interesting, especially against an Atea deck. It's probably going to be very, very install heavy. All right, looks like we
Hey,
should be just
Jennifer, you
starting
want
just a
to
second.
co-host?
I would love a co-host. I would love a co-host. Yes. Welcome, Cybershark. Hello. Can you say something again so I can double check the audio balance on you?
Yeah, absolutely. How's it going?
It's going well. It's good to see you, Cybershark. This is, oh, like I said,
Hey,
lots of
yeah,
people in the PNW end up coming for the Apac tournaments due to time zones. All right, let
yeah,
me
it
head
makes
into
sense.
the Jai game. I figured this would be a fun one because either I'm watching Nuvum or I'm watching Atea, and either way, it's going to be an uh, interesting corp lineup.
And we get to spectate the APAC players for the APAC
Yes, always nice.
the APAC event.
Yes, I really love the Apac scene. Where yes we are. Oh wow, you can actually see the deck list in Jinteki.net. Every time I come back to a tournament in Jinteki, I immediately find new features that I haven't seen before, like looking at your opponent's deck lists in here. All right, so
Yeah,
yeah,
that
let's
one's been a feature for a while. It's just something you have to enable.
yeah, and most tournaments only go open deck lists in the top cut, and you'll never guess what I don't usually make. Yeah, Atea can fire from Tatu and Mitra, but getting the perfect timing to both do that and play your direct access is a low odds. Maybe though. All right, starting off with 2 installs and a predictive planogram. Pretty good, maybe not a very standard start from Corp. Bit slow, but we'll see how that ends up being. You definitely need to put something in front of HQ up against any mushy deck or any criminal deck at this point. Do you need me to restream the game, or are you watching it yourself?
I'm watching it in JNet.
Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. Early touchstone. That's very good, actually, for the runner. Touchstone is a card that, in general, I've found is either fantastic if you get it down really early, or feels like a really dead card very late in the game. Corp. Drawing twice and installing something on the root of R&D. Not what you want to see. That's rough. Wonder what's going on here.
Yeah, like
That's 2 separate turns where absolutely nothing is fired from Atea. So you've got no pressure from your identity. Your identity is basically blank. All right. No res, potentially. Trying to decide what. No res here, but we are going to res Adrian Sace. Interesting.
I was gonna say, I think that's probably an Adrian, but I
Yeah,
wasn't sure. I was still trying to parse the deck list, not in JNet format.
Easy way to spend just 1 credit to keep the runner out of R&D on early turn. Prevents you from having to res that if you need to. Not a terrible thing to throw down just to protect yourself, but still not what you'd like to be doing. Alright, we've got the double Atea install right there. Doing something in server 1 and immediately advancing it. Extremely bold play. Now, see how they run is 4 advancements, so you're not immediately threatening out a score, see how they run, kill you with some shenanigans. But it's still scary, especially given that the deck is running 3 Fujis? 2 Fujis. You can't necessarily trust that that's a safe thing. Really smart play here, though, putting down the transfer of wealth, which means you're going to have to res something on HQ if you don't want to lose 3 credits, which means there's a good chance you can't also res something on server 1 to protect it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty bad fork here. I mean, let's see. Runners on Tattoo Bola and Fly Swatter, so potentially server 1 can still be protected unless this
No, because
I guess there's
Phonotria will
it doesn't end
not
the run, so
keep the runner out, so the transfer vault will fire. That means you can't even fire like a bite from hand if you have the credits afterwards, even though we don't.
yeah. And they won't have 4 more cards, so it's not like they're taking, or it's not like Jai's taking 2 tags here.
No, Jai
Oh,
is
he
taking 2
is?
cards. Yeah,
Oh, he is taking 2
there's 5 cards
tags.
in hand.
Oh, because he broke it with, well, I assumed he would just tank it, but he broke it with
True,
Revolver.
true. Well,
That's a
you do
little,
have the revolver out. You can't afford to do that, especially because you
yeah.
get 3. You're getting 6 credits or 4 credits from this. So
Yeah, but I mean, you're taking an additional tag. It really depends on what the cards in your hand are worth, to have the tag.
now there is the chance. Is this deck running Charlotte? Do we have?
Bravado's very good here.
Yes, 3
Because
Charlottes.
there's
So
no way that's res, so it's just a sure gamble
yep.
plus a run.
I was about to say, if that is a Charlotte, you have a safe way to get some credits here.
Yeah.
Potentially even could scare the runner by resing something at the last second with the Charlotte credit, but
Yeah.
it's not quite an NGO like I used to do, resing an NGO and then killing someone with an 8 credit res. All right, immediately reinstalling 2 things in servers, back up to 3 credits, but Jai is on 8 credits right now and has the revolver down, which is so good against Jinteki. How does revolver fare against Cloud Eater again?
It costs
It's
4 credits, 3 bullets, and then you have the passive effect.
yeah, so
So
honestly not that bad.
it's definitely the best way to break a Cloud Eater, unless
Having
somehow
it
you can get an echelon to 6, which no one can. So,
also
wow.
having it down on the board means you're safe from a Cloud Eater if you need to deal with a Cloud Eater.
Yeah, it'd be the passive, but I don't see that happening anytime soon with Melty at 3. It'd be a couple of turns before we're threatening that. Hmm.
Right, another install,
So
another advancement. Still only on 3 credits.
yeah, if Melty had a little bit more money, technically in this deck, every install advance thing with an upgrade can potentially kill you from 4 cards. Which is how I played Melty in the last round, and that's how I died. I didn't know what the list was on. I was kind of sitting back and setting up. I had 4 cards in my hand.
How do you
Melty
kill off a
scored.
3? How do you kill off an install advance with 4 cards in hand?
So if Melty had enough credits, which she doesn't right now, but if
Hmm.
she had more money, she could res a Lacosta grid, double advance it, and then
Lacosta, that's what it was, yeah.
advance, score, see how they run, end of the line.
I was trying to remember what the extra advance counter came from. Lacosta, that's the answer.
Yeah. There's no seamless in this deck, but Lacosta does just as good of a job. I think there's a pretty good chance that that upgrade is Lacosta.
Jai's also in a bit of an awkward spot here because you have all of those cards in hand right now. If you try and contest this, potentially you're not going to be able to play them, and you could end up just having to discard a lot of them, which not the worst thing in the world, but
Yeah, the other thing
usually
is if it's a undo the bravado reveal. Yeah, so Jai doesn't want that extra card in his hand. He wants Moosely Hut to leave it on top for him. Because he's only gonna be able to get rid of 4 anyways. I think no. Yeah,
it
Judge Call
is
reasonable.
revealed information that there's a bravado on top of the deck. Technically, it's
No, it's undoable because you can reveal
yeah.
your own information. I mean, I'm not gonna make the judge. It's up to the judge, not me,
I I,
obviously.
I believe it's not. I think it wouldn't be undoable because potentially you could then choose to.
So all you did was reveal extra information. Like, is an ice res undoable would be a similar question. And I
Yep.
think that like for the corp, if they like flip an ice face up and then realize how poor that's gonna make them, they'd be like, ah, never mind, I decline to res and put a bit face down. I think that's fine. Like you can reveal your own information that you've just in fact I think the OPP like explicitly calls that out. That if you do that, you're if you accidentally reveal your um if you accidentally reveal your own
Right.
information, that's okay. The opponent is free to use that information against you though.
Judge
That's my
says
understanding though.
yes. Yeah, that's fair. I was
Yeah.
thinking about something else, but yeah, Judge saying yes that you can. Trying to
Yeah.
fiddle with Jinteki.net here.
I guess the only thing that would make it tricky is if there was some reason that the JNet undo was
Yeah.
problematic. But yeah, since no other actions were taken, I think the only case that you could make a case for this not being undoable is if the or if the corp immediately responded to that information.
Yeah.
And even then, it's like a timing chicken game. Like it's a little tricky.
Either way, it's probably the right move just because you currently already have 9 cards in hand. You're only going
Yep.
to play 4 of them anyways. You're blowing up your own speed here,
Yeah.
your own fuel.
I don't know about this Muesli Hot. Some Muesli Hots have ways to get 2 cards out for the price of 1 click. Like, you could play something like Bahia Bands. I think Jai might be on that. Let me go look.
Playing Fencer into Sure Gamble, that'll give you a lot of credits, which could potentially let you contest this. You don't have any icebreakers except for your barrier breakers, so or your revolver. So presuming that this is not a, if you presume that this is not a, oh, Jai having a bit of trouble. Okay, Sure Gamble, yes. Not spending the touchstone credits so that you can get the credit off the twinning. That's the answer here. Okay.
Wait, how did he
Wait.
spend a touchdown credit in the first
Oh yeah,
place?
no,
It's only
I
during
was
ones.
completely wrong. Deciding not
Missed
to
it.
play the twinning apparently. Discarding twinning from hand. It is
Yeah.
in fact just a Charlotte, so safe there, although that is going to give the corp a lot of much needed fuel.
I think what happened was he realized there was no sequence in which he could install the twinning and play the Sure Gamble with Mystic money. Like I'm not exactly sure what his proto total was on, but that'd be my guess. Um, so
Potentially signaling
he just decided to clean off Mystic this turn.
potentially
Um,
signaling that that's not a Lacosta grid in server 1 by the fact that it wasn't rezzed to start adding advancement counters to the Charlotte, although we also might have just wanted the extra few credits given how low credits are right now.
yeah, it makes sense for it to be a Mitra. I think that like I would I would have guessed that it's a Lacosta until I saw that that didn't get res. I wasn't paying super close attention to Corpse credit total. I think they had 3 at the start of this turn.
Yeah.
Okay, so they could have resed it and ended on 4, which is like maybe she wouldn't want to like be on 4 credits and then just click for credits 3 times this turn. So sometimes if you're like exactly on 3, the Lacosta res doesn't always make the most sense, but I think it usually does. Um,
Throwing out a twinning. Really good transfer here. Now, this is potentially an okay thing to just let fire because you do still have the Charlotte out there, which is going to let you get to 5 credits after the transfer goes through. But you are giving the runner 6 credits if you do that, which is just still
this
very rough.
this is also potentially duckable by the runner. Um, like server 2 could be a B1001. If we're wrong about server 1 being Lacosta, I think that Jive has a read that it's Mitra, so like that makes sense. But could
Letting
duck
this
down to 1
fire, so
credit
there
here.
is not a tag getting hit here.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Mhm.
Um,
Now that you have the twinning down, you're no longer in danger of losing that. Could be that's why the didn't let them fire earlier, having both twinnings in hand. Not willing to lose both of them potentially.
yeah, true.
Taking a tag, but going up to 10 credits. Finding an unleash. Ooh. You can see it in
Yeah.
hand. You have to be aware of it now. Unleash, of course, letting you do all sorts of terrible things by immediately rezzing an ice and then firing it at something. Alright, and we're going
Interesting.
for
There's
it.
actually like the only good targets for Unleash here are really Cloud Eater and maybe Boto. Funhouse kind of doesn't do that much unless they're super poor. I guess if they dip to like 3 credits, you can just like give them a tag, but they'd already have no, it doesn't do anything because you spend a tag with Unleash. So yeah, the
Using
only
Mitra
targets are really Cloud Eater and
using Mitra to
Boto.
pull out a funhouse, which needs to immediately be ducked because otherwise you will give the runner enough an extra tag at end of turn, which you can unleash something with.
Yeah, yeah, you have to end the run to that.
Advancing Charlotte, taking 2 credits.
I think here I would probably advance Charlotte an additional time. I realize it's like more risk, and I don't know what the ice in front of Funhouse is, but I oh, I guess Pinhole's a pretty good reason. Yeah, we don't have archives buttoned up.
Unfortunately,
I
we
do
do.
generally like to just pre-advance my Charlotte an additional time instead. But then again, Melies gets punished a lot less by Pinhole because like if I was Melies, I would have called archives and then like they pin, I pop the Charlotte, and then I get it right back. So
Choosing not to pop the Charlotte.
yeah, I think that's interesting. Like it kind of depends on what the thing in server 2 is. If the thing in server 2 is an agenda, like I would have definitely popped Charlotte because like who cares if Jai knows there's an agenda there. Like the only thing that could be in server 2 is like another Mitra, Lacosta
Yep.
grid, maybe a
It
spin or a B.
it is definitely a bit annoying to not be able to get those extra credits. My current
Yeah, I
guess is
think.
maybe a B to defend with the funhouse.
Well,
But
wait, did
definitely
the court pop that with fencer credits?
no. With a touchstone
Yeah, no,
credits.
oh, touchstone. Wait, what? Why?
I believe so. Fencer credit. One from
It would
touchstone and
definitely be
one from
fencer, right?
fencer to trash Charlotte. One from each.
One from each. Right, because we're a new turn now. So since that was basically free for the runner, and the runner has more credits, I think I would be popping that Charlotte there. Um,
Okay, taking 2 credits and advancing again.
this is how I died. Like technically, um,
No, Jai has
it,
a
like if Jai stays on 5 cards, he'll be fine. I didn't know what the deck was doing, and I was just like, oh okay, like I'll let her score the first one, and it turns out it's a see how they run, which shoots you for 1 damage. Technically, still representing lethal here. Pinhole off the top from Moosely Hot was very kind of Moosely Hot.
yeah.
Because if Jai shoots the upgrade, the only way Jai dies, yeah, I mean, Melty just doesn't have the money right now.
Finding a Mitra, plenty of money to trash it. 2 from fencer, 1 from touchstone, and still having a credit on touchstone. That means if this was potentially like a Cloud Eater or something, you no longer have the credits to res a giant piece of ice out in front. Now you can still potentially keep Jai out a B with a B.
Yeah, Jai also dies if he ends on four cards here
Mhm.
potentially. See how they run plus end of line, assuming she drew it by now.
We're going to
Jai kind of has to contest.
I'm gonna go for it with
Interesting.
Hermes. Not the worst play, especially because or with Overclock because you can spend the
Hey, for
Overclock credits on the Funhouse there.
yeah, you still take a tag, and we're vulnerable to B, which is
Right,
pretty annoying. Because that, but I
but
guess B removes the tag for you, so it's like kind of a free click,
mhm.
and you
And
make the
yep,
yeah,
there's the
you
B.
make the runner, you make the corpse spend one credit, which means they're no longer threatening. See how they run end of the line.
And also you now know the B is there.
Yeah,
It's an interesting deck because it's presenting so many possible ways to mess up. So many small things that you could potentially do that could kill you by failing to recognize that the B could be there, failing to recognize the line that the corp has for a potential kill.
yeah. I think
It
especially before open deck lists, like
mhm.
I would not have expected B 1001. Would not probably not have expected end of line, although that's definitely a thing.
I've had to get used to end of the line. It's a very dangerous thing. Excuse me. All right, Jai thinking about all possible options here. You have to be very careful. Just like I said, this is a deck that kind of runs on a lot of different possible failures. There's a lot of states where you've instantly lost the game. For example,
Yeah, credit hedge fund. That's pretty big for her. Uh,
if you had
her
one
credit
more
total
credit
has been the
here,
biggest thing. Yeah.
one more credit here could have killed with an.
No, he wasn't on. He was on too many cards. He
Well,
was
he
on
had
five
four cards in
cards.
hand, I
Wait, he
believe.
did?
Yeah, I believe so. I could be wrong though.
Oh no, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but
Mostly
you
hot.
but however
Yeah, no,
you
he had four. Yeah,
yeah, but you needed two advancement counters. That's two
yeah.
credits, so
So
that would put you
two
one too
credits.
few. So like Jai
One
probably
credit.
exactly doing the math there to double check that you're safe.
Yeah, I bet. I'm sure he was. Although now, I wondered that last click for a credit is interesting to me because I would have if it is a see how they run, which it
Mhm.
probably is, right? Depending on what's in hand, you have access to a kill from 5 if you put a third advancement on the server 1. Because it allows you to advance a single time, score it, and then mindscaping end of the line for 6 total damage.
The other thing is that right now Jai is possibly threatening. Jai is very much threatening a very quick win off centrals potentially. You've got counters on twinning. You've got all three icebreakers. You've got Chesva. You can lock down centrals pretty well, but you can only lock them down if you're safe. If you know that you're not going to instantly die from a combo out here. And if this is see how they run, that just might happen. Looks like
Yeah,
we're
I think the
possibly just
biggest thing
going
is
for
just
it
like
anyways.
Hermes. Hermes bounce server 2 is pretty rough
Mhm.
for the corp.
That is also a valid way to do it. Ooh,
Yep.
and there it is. That's going to bounce what's in server 1. Getting rid of that possible agenda and meaning the corp cannot kill you instantly based on some combo of things.
Yeah, I was on Hermes Lou, and my game plan for this deck was just like I
Choosing
kept
not
click.
to add it.
Oh yeah, it
Adding.
doesn't bounce. I guess he just wants to go steal it for real, but with one click left, oh no, he's gonna reprise. So he
Oh,
reprises the funhouse and goes and takes the
yeah,
server 1 thing without taking a tag on the last click.
true.
I think we've already seen reprise
Yep,
from a Moosely
there's
Hat reveal.
Reprise.
Yeah,
Reprise being, of
Moosely Hat
course, add
reveal.
one installed corp card to HQ. You may run any server. Immediately getting to take this. The perfect combo. to see how they run, stealing 2 of the corp's possible kill conditions. Just devastating
It's
thing to see if you're Coconut.
it's
She's
really rough for
I feel
really rough for Melty now.
I feel
I think
awful
the other
for
thing
her.
is like this is not a good like server orientation for Atea
Mhm.
because you already have 2 ice on a B, which is like probably plenty, so you don't really need to add anything to server 2. But like, see, like
Yeah,
that's awkward
you
to put
kind
a
of have
third
to.
ice on server 2. I mean, you do it without, without paying costs, so like I guess why not?
The
But
combination of Hermes plus Reprise is so good in basically any matchup where you're worried about something.
yeah, like this is a situation where Adrian would be really nice because you could server 3 like install something in server 3, put Adrian on in server 2 so that you can get more ice on server 3. I guess not that order for Atea, but you know what I mean. Carpe takes the run on R&D. It makes sense. He's got all his breakers. He's got Jespo. Like, what's the
Running
worst
into a
that can
Bodo,
happen?
pretty good
Yeah,
ice
that's fine.
against Kurapira.
It's 8 to break, but 6 real credits, and uh, I guess we're seeing 2.
You are very much in the danger zone here, though. Like I said, once Jai can actually get into R&D and HQ, it isn't worried about diffusing this. There's a much bigger chance of just being able to run rampant over centrals.
Yeah, I think Jai's pretty favored here at this point. Like, he's he's diffused 2 of the corpse 3 like gotchas agendas.
Yeah.
And like he's in a position where he's just not going to let that happen again. Um, between Hermes twinning bouncing, because it's like in order to pull off the kill, Melty has to like pre-cook it a bunch. So between Hermes twinning bouncing, if the last addenda doesn't just instantly win Jai the game, it will diffuse whatever they put down. Alternatively, Jai could just remote camp from this point on pretty easily, I think. Having gotten rid of the Funhouse B combo too, like unless this is another Funhouse that's like kind of makes server 3 unrunnable. Um,
Another funhouse would be pretty good, but I'm
I
not sure
think that's
what else
basically
could
what
potentially
Melty
give you.
needs, because then like you have to get through whatever's on server 2, but the problem is
Another
like
funhouse, there it is. Putting it back down.
yeah, because speed or Jai doesn't care. He gets his bravado money and then he just runs server 2. Honestly, I think that bravado was a mistake. Um, because in this situation, spending last click to go run B with bravado, um, the corp only had 2 credits at that point. That bravado would be like huge. Um, yeah, I think there's not a lot Jai could do to mess up here from this position.
The
Um,
deck is still a deck that very much tread lightly. That's the thing about a mushy deck is that if you when you're drawing this much, you can potentially find just every single one of your possible tools that you need. Finding a Lacosta grid, probably just there to bluff out being something else, or just waste the corpse credits as to trash it. But there's so many credits right now between Fencer and Touchstone. Once again, it's another example of just having a card that is exactly what the runner needs. What Jai needs. Jai needs a tread lightly here to prevent any of those ice from being a danger. Finding every
yeah,
single thing you need.
I actually like. I'm not sure how much it mattered. The corpse on 4 credits, you have a full rig. Like, if they bottom out resing one of these, like, does that even matter to you? Because like, if they res a tattoo, yeah, it makes them some money, and so that's kind of annoying that they get money. But like, you get a Kurapira counter, and it makes this Boto not matter. I think the biggest reason maybe is just to have a run event active for saying cancel. But like, I haven't gone through all of the ice that they could res in that position.
It's still just a way to be extremely safe. And at this point, Jai has 18 credits.
That's the thing.
It's
I think he's being way too safe. With that, but like maybe there's something I'm missing. They
putting
couldn't
Queen
res.
Gate away,
Yeah,
finding a Fuji in archives. There we go.
yeah. There it is.
Had to throw it away at some point, I presume. Uh, it's a fun deck. I love decks like this that play a lot of different tools to potentially kill the runner if they make a mistake, but one of the best ways to deal with that is just to play really, really well, perfectly around the runner, the corp. And I think Jai did an amazing job. And got the one very, very lucky twinning. Uh, that score of the agenda there definitely won the game.
Yeah. Um, yeah, definitely. You can follow it up with a reprise, but I mean that's the big threat with like Hermes twinning. I think the biggest thing was just Melty was poor for the first half of
Yep.
the game, and meant that as soon as she res something, like she couldn't defend anything anywhere else.
All right. Well, looks like with that game we have the that game is over and Jai won. Meanwhile, the game 3, it looks like the Nebula deck defeated Lu. Love to see Nebula win, and honestly, I gotta say, in this tournament, love to see Lu lose, given the makeup of his playing. And then finally, Leah defeating 34 Witches
Yeah,
on PB.
OTK. By arguably one of the best, if not the best, OTK pilots out there. That's an uphill battle, especially as Shaper, which I think is
Yep.
potentially
I've
not
heard
the number one deck you want. It's not horrible, but maybe not the best deck for
I've
trying to beat OTK.
I've heard tales of those decks. All right, so we're gonna tune into game 1 here. Looks like it is pretty advanced. 3 to 5 with a lot of cards on the Ayuko side and a lot of cards on both sides. Um, Nothing too surprising on either side of the deck. Either side right now. This seems like some pretty normal stuff.
Yeah, I
I
played into oh wait, no, never mind. Man the Moon's not on Outco. I played Man the Moon's Outco in on stream. He was one of my losses.
Yeah, I think that Outco is being played at a number of spots in the tournament. So
Yeah, for sure.
Tatu Bola, good way to get some money, although Antoine on 10 credits probably does not really need it. 11 cards in archives, 16 in R&D, still at a pretty good place for Atea. Always a little bit interested in that because I've seen a lot of people. Accidentally mill themselves with their own egg deck.
Outco triggers, yeah.
Yeah.
Um, let's see. So I think one of the biggest things here, why I think Man in the Moon is pretty favored at this point,
Mm-hmm.
is all of the big threats that Antoine has are already in the bin. So Measure Response is in the bin. It can come back at any moment, and Alco could definitely find it pretty easily. So if Man in the Moon ends on measured in single measured range, which there's only one, right? No, there's two measured responses. Okay, yeah. If Man in the Moon ends in double measured range, like it could be over, and I think there's a pretty decent chance that he will this
There
turn.
there are
Um,
both moon pools in archives, so there's no fast advancing out
yep. There's
through
no
the.
fast advance. There's no
Oh,
fut.
and
Oh,
there's
but
the
he
score.
just
Never
gets
mind.
it.
Man in the Moon instantly wins.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that
With
if server rates a spin doctor, Man in the Moon might just one spin doctor RFG'd. Yeah, I think there's a decent shot that Man in the Moon loses next turn.
yeah.
I don't see how he's getting to 8 credits or 4 cards. Like he
Des-
could have. There's a chance he clears one of the measures, but Alco can find it. That's what Alco's really good at,
yeah.
right? Because Spin
Decided
Doctor
to
draws a bunch.
decided to push anyways and got the win. Well done. All right, so that wraps things up for the 4 games. I'm going to see how long it'll be before our next rounds. We'll be back in just a bit, seeing 2 players move on, 2 players move down to the under bracket. I get to actually see the bracket. Yay, I do. All right, yeah. So next we'll have Jan Invader versus Leah, and Abyss versus 34 Witches, along with, I believe, Jai versus Man in the Moon, and Melty versus Antoine. So we'll see what decks they end up playing. For now, I will take us to a short break. We will be back either very shortly or after a little bit more of a break, depending on whether all players agree to just start the next round early because they're done. Be back pretty soon. Hello, we are back on the next round of the APAC Online Megacities. Players agreed to get started, so my game of Slay the Spire will have to wait.
It
Uh,
sure will.
let's see.
Um,
So, looks like we have.
Combo Maggie versus Leah. Janitors on Combo Maggie. That could be interesting.
Combo Maggie is very interesting.
With Nanook, I believe.
I'd be very down to watch that. Yeah, let's go check out Game 6. I'm always down to watch Leah. Yeah. No immediate view of both decks. We'll have to take a look at them here. Pull them up.
Do we need to ask if we can stream?
It's finals.
Oh. Oh right, we can just stream in finals.
Yeah, I
Okay,
don't
cool.
I don't usually ask for finals because it's finals. If
Right. That
if
makes sense.
if you make it
Deck
to the
lists are
finals,
open too, right? Like
if you
I
make it to
could
the finals and
see
you would rather not be streamed, then that like please have a discussion with us beforehand so we know that this is a
true.
thing because we assume that please don't
Yeah.
stream me doesn't apply for the finals. All right,
I
let's
didn't
see
know
then.
that. I haven't streamed enough. Okay,
Um
cool.
so on the one side we have this is
I know Leah's deck because it's
what
the same one
exactly
I
is
brought.
Leah's deck? Because yeah, I'm
It's
looking at this.
Splatoon. So Splatoon is a
Oh, three
deck that
deep
tries to
dives.
set up a fork where they push either legitimate or fake Regenesises every single turn. Um, and if the runner
Wait,
either
no, the
contests the wrong ones
oh, Leah's on
or
Leah is on
something,
Melis. Yes. Okay. Yeah. All right.
then dies to measured. Um,
Yeah.
the other side, Maggie looks like Maggie tries to set up one big turn with read write shares, like uh, burns through the deck as fast as possible, tries to get set up with
Yep.
a
You've
a
got
Nanook.
your only breakers here are Nanook and then some Mayflies, and that's it.
Yep.
And then you're going all in on three deep dives. So,
Which you do at the same on the same turn with three running hots.
oh, does this deck does have three running hots? Okay, so yeah, the
Yeah.
goal is to deep dive three times and instantly win. That was what I was missing. I was looking for the thing in here that instantly won you,
Yeah.
and yeah, three running hots will do it. I guess so. Yeah, you're probably trying to put multiple deep dives on the read rights and then just get in with a Nanook, which does make the incredibly funny scenario that because of Nanook's text, uh, because Nanook does say when an agenda is scored or stolen, remove this program from the game. If you were to say run R&D with the Nanook and see a agenda, you then
Yeah, it
lose the
fizzles you
Nanook.
before you run archives.
We're gonna get started in just a second, but yeah, the
So
makes
the deck
sense
is trying not to do
with
that.
Leah's deck, just regenesising as much as possible, uh, or trying to threaten a regenesis as often as possible with a lot of tools to make it really miserable for the runner. Three full measured responses is going to be rough to deal with. However, you do have a little bit of a way out here as a combo deck because you potentially don't have to run.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think measured will do much this game.
Mm-hmm.
Because Leah could get to threat 4, but I think Maggie doesn't want to run
Yeah.
until she tries to or he
Right.
tries to win the game.
Looks like we're
Um,
getting started. So Leah
per-
immediately installing something in server one, putting something out to protect it, and playing a hedge fund. Great start.
yeah, interesting start. I wonder what
Probably
that could
guessing
be.
that this game is going to have to go very quickly. Not even worrying about centrals, just
Well,
this
yeah,
game
but
is gonna come.
there's nothing that could be other than a spin doctor or like it doesn't make sense to put Charlotte there. Regenesis doesn't really matter. Like, was this a mulligan for Leah? No, keep. Huh, interesting.
Interesting, yeah, because
Um,
this could be Spin Doctor, Charlotte, Bite. That's about it, aside from some agendas.
yeah, I almost always would ice a central first because it's so valuable to the Melia's U ability to be able to like have some control over where it's going to be. That being said, Leah probably knows that her opponent doesn't really want to make any runs, just wants to spend their time getting set up to combo. So maybe that doesn't matter. But yeah, like I'm thinking right now that the remote is either just like um a Regenesis that she wanted somewhere safer than HQ to put for now, and is gonna try and like draw more ice later. Okay, it could have been an upgrade too. It could have been a Lacosta. Yeah, interesting. Just going for the. This looks to me like a Sisyphus push. I don't think Leah would push a normal 5-3 here, although it could totally be. I'm guessing this is attempting to score Sisyphus on the third turn. Could also be, oh, you know what? Actually makes a lot more sense for this to be a Charlotte. Yeah, the advancement with the Charlotte. Yeah.
Charlotte makes a lot of sense. It could be just going for the Sisyphus early, which would be very funny.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking now, with no ice on the board, the Sisyphus makes less sense. It is probably Charlotte. Because you don't want that scoring server clogged too long with something that's not giving you economy. So putting a 5 advancement of agenda can be a little bit tricky. This deck doesn't want to slow cook 5 advancements as much as old Glacier Jinteki Glacier did. I think right now what I'd be hoping for in Leah's spot is that it is a Charlotte, so it can draw her into some ice.
Currently playing very fast and loose, just letting main servers be completely open. I mean, you do know that the Corp is probably just waiting for one big combo turn, so you are some level of safe for a while. Or the runner is waiting for one big combo turn.
Yeah, I think that the runner doesn't want to spend any clicks poking centrals. And yeah, runner could go run all 3 in deep dive you, but it would only be to touch a single agenda. And that's just like that's 4 clicks of tempo when the runner's gonna get those clicks. If the runner pulls off their combo, which they kind of need to do to win the game anyways, like those are just wasted clicks because they'll do them again later and they can double dip off the same 3 clicks. I don't actually know how fast the runner deck can set up.
Seeing a Lacosta
Okay.
grid, this might be a Sisyphus, actually.
Yeah, it could be. If
Could
this is
also be a
Sisyphus,
Fuji.
the only other upgrade it can possibly be, yeah, send a message.
All right, getting 3 points out there early. Not the best start in a lot of ways, but also it does get things done really early, which is pretty great. Like your deck's only agendas. You are now threatening an instant win off of Regenesis. Getting that out there
Yep.
is part of the way that you make every single card in there scary.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely not where I'd want to be. Like, scoring the 3-pointer early doesn't put you to threat. It puts you a threat for a teeny, but doesn't put you a threat for either measured response, which again, I think those are dead in this matchup. Or for Big Boto. Like if this was a regen Sam, that'd be so much better, obviously, because you'd be at Boto threat. The other thing you could do with that is like the fact that she spent all 3 clicks advancing means that she can't jam something in server 1 this turn. So Lacosta, which is extremely efficient, right? Lacosta is a click and a credit every single turn, as long as you have something in there that's worth advancing. So not having something this turn is unfortunate for that.
Trashing the read write share with the spec work and just losing cards to the bin. Gonna see a.
Yeah, what did we lose to the bin?
Looks like it might be another read write share and the Nanook, which is interesting. Would have expected that to get played potentially.
Nanook is fine in the bin because Simulchip, so it's actually like
Yep, Simulchip does
totally
get it
fine
back,
place for
actually.
it to be. Um, I think that makes sense. Like,
You can also get it back on your combo turn with the read write share.
yeah, how do we tell? Wait, what? How do you get Nanook back with rewrite share?
Oh, when you trash read write share, that triggers Simulchip.
Oh, I see. Yeah, so you don't have to. Yeah, you can feed this. Yeah, makes sense. Um, Weird. The JNet log doesn't tell you what got trashed off of the read write share, does it? Or am I
That's
missing?
odd.
It does not.
Leah also might just be, well, there it is. So you're now threatening, here is the score. Here is the instant win the game if you don't contest this. And this deck doesn't really have a good way to poke.
Yeah,
Um,
there's like one mayfly,
there's a
one.
couple of mayflies, but that's
The other
it.
thing, the other thing that the Maggie deck could try to do this turn is like half combo off.
Mhm.
So the Maggie deck only needs to get through one piece of ice right now. So could run archives. Either tank it, like it could be tankable. Like if you have enough cards in hand, you can tank most of the ice. And that's actually a great reason for Nanook to be in the heap. It's way safer in the heap because let's say Archives Ice is a Teeny or Cloud Eater, or I guess Cloud Eater's pretty sus, but like a Teeny or Lion's Mane. Lion's Mane's probably the most likely thing just based on statistics, what it is here. Um, because there's 3 copies and we haven't seen one. So if it's one of those, you run through it, you don't put your Nanook in jeopardy, and you only pull Nanook out if it's Boto. And
This is
then
true.
depending on what's
Bodo
in
is actually
Maggie's hand,
offline right now
what?
because Bodo can't end the run. There's no cards in HQ.
Oh, there's no cards in HQ. Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
definitely not Boto, you're right. Um so like I think Maggie could just click one, run. I guess we already spent a click, which is not where you want to be. But if Maggie was set up to do like a single dive with one extra click this turn, um, could have run archives, stolen the 5/3, and now it makes Maggie's combo way easier to pull off because they don't have to like do everything.
So what is this? It
A
isn't a
teeny.
teeny. So that's going to
So
be. You do have the.
you have
You
threat.
cannot
So I
spend the
think
credits
Maggie's just
anymore
tanking it.
because
Three
of the.
damage. Maggie has 7 cards. Yeah.
You have to take it because the agenda's been scored.
No, sorry, I meant as opposed to breaking it with Nanook. I
Oh.
think that doesn't make sense at all to do. Um,
So losing. Let's see.
Air Blades,
Simulchamp,
VR-cation,
VR-cation,
Simulchamp.
and Airblade.
It's kind of fine. Archives
Finding.
was the call.
And unfortunately, or potentially, yeah, that if that was an agenda, it's potentially just going to be immediately added back to hand.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the case where there's another agenda on top, and the corp doesn't have a choice but to give you one. But it's
Additionally,
like, yeah,
more difficulty, you now can't run the Bodo at all. You still don't want to because you don't have the credits, but yeah. All right, going to run
yeah,
HQ. Let's see if we see the agenda.
yeah. I think that
It was a Hansai review.
running Boto actually would have made a lot of sense for Maggie there, because Maggie just runs Boto, takes 2 net, and I guess they can't get voided either. So Corp would lose both the Regenesis and the Void.
Yeah, I was kind of
Um,
surprised that we didn't see the Boto get fired there.
yeah,
And this is amazingly, this is exactly where Leah wants to be, is just every single turn now. Okay, I play something, I put something face down in archives. Is this what I need to kill you? Do
yep,
you want to take that chance? Because this
yep.
deck doesn't have any way to pressure. It doesn't have any good way to actually apply pressure to the corp outside of the combo. Now, at any moment, it could be ready to fire the combo. He could say, okay, I'm ready, start pulling out running haunts. But you
Yep.
do have to deal with that. The only thing you have to deal with is the Atini, but you have to be ready for it. And I don't know
I think
when
it
exactly we'll see that.
I think if runner goes for that line, it's also it's going to be rough for the corp, because the corp, with this much open centrals, the corp
Mhm.
probably called archives here, right? Um, because it'd be really hard to call between HQ and R&D if the runner goes for the combo. So if the runner goes for the combo, they're in such a good spot to not have to worry about the downside of Nanook, because you run HQ, you flip melees, you run R&D. Doesn't even matter if you steal agendas on those, and then you run archives. You could even just leave Nanook in the bin and tank archives again. But I guess if you have deep dive, you probably can't do that. So you pull Nanook out, you break a teeny. You probably steal the 3 points are in there because you flipped melees, and now you deep dive for 4.
Going back
Um,
into archives, just going to tank the damage again.
I
Losing
think
pinhole
that they
threading, deep dive, and sure gamble.
I think the runner really needs to be poking a central here first to flip melees off of
Yep.
archives. Um, Unless the
Definitely
cards in
because
their hand just
if you
don't matter at all.
yep, because if you poke central, then you do not have to worry about that getting returned to hand.
Yeah, I mean, you could. It's possible that Corp called Central, or called R&D or HQ. I think I would be tempted to call like R&D probably. You know what? I'll actually calling HQ would have made sense there too. I think I would have called HQ after showing the runner like the trick that I can just pull it back. I would think that they probably won't fall for it twice, but maybe that's like a Yomi thing and they're just playing that out.
Well, whatever
Um
the thing is, at this point, Janinator, he just needs to keep stopping this, keep managing to keep the corp off of a threat until
I mean
he
he's
can
at
actually
the
pull out
cost
the
of 3
combo.
net damage. Um I think the other thing that the corp could have done last turn, which is also a little sus, is run through Boto twice because there was only one card in HQ. Wrecking that
Potentially.
remote is pretty bad because if you get the void and get the agenda, um, like the runner or the corp might not find another Regenesis for a while.
There is also the threat of we don't know if that's a Regenesis. It could be something else.
It could be nothing, yeah,
It,
but
it could it could be another 5/3 that's going to get scored out next turn.
it could. That doesn't. I mean, that'd kind of be even better for the runner because then they'd be at 3 points and can dive without the full combo. Um, Yeah, I
It's
think that I think the corp should be expecting to get comboed like this next runner turn or the one following.
you
Um,
have to be constantly scared of it. Like at what point does this start firing? Now there is the
we
one deep dive in the bin, so you're only going to be able to play two unless the deck's running a buffer drive.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I think the biggest reason the runner can't combo this next turn is
there is
they
one buffer
need
drive.
they need a bunch of cards in hand so that the running hots don't hit the deep dives,
Right.
right? Um,
You
and
do
if
have the three different stone ship chart rooms, but we'll see how exactly this goes.
yeah, so like that's what does rewrite share actually do when you trash it? Just shuffle hosted cards into your
Yep.
stack.
So if
Um,
the goal potentially is to put the deep dives onto there so that you can safely shuffle them into your stack later, but
yeah.
we'll see how this potentially goes. Choosing to draw one more card, which does
So
let you
yeah, you
discard
play the
one,
running
threatening
cots
again.
before the stone ships. Yeah.
Right. So threatening again, this is here's another I might win instantly. Although once again, Janinator he can just run into archives to do this. On the other
Fuji's
hand,
also make it tricky.
it does keep costing you cards.
If because Janitor has to play 2 deep dives in the same turn. Um, it does mean that like gonna have to take like the first steal with only 2 Sams in the deck. The first deep dive might show you a Fuji,
Yeah.
and you kind of have to click on it, and it might hit your second deep dive, and that'd be pretty rough.
Getting the buffer drive out is definitely the easiest way to deal with all of this, but we have not seen it yet.
Yeah, it's still like you have to do some fanciness with like saving stone chips, and unless the stack is totally empty, that makes it kind of hard.
It does feel a bit inevitable though. Like eventually this setup will happen. Eventually you'll find it.
Yeah,
Spec work, drawing more cards, getting more credits, putting out a Mayfly
Mayfly.
that will get you into archives at least once without losing any cards, or
I
potentially
think
get
we,
you into
I
server one.
think we gotta run server one because we'll
Uh,
pick up the archives agenda on the deep dive turn.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you run
Um,
server one right now and that's a void, you just lose.
oh yeah, you just lose if it's a void, and it almost
Yep.
certainly is. It
Well,
can't be
here
a
we
second.
go.
Actually, it is a void. It cannot be a second Lacosta. That's illegal. So, there's at least one void in here. We know that.
There's the void. Yep. All right, so this could be game right here.
Yeah, and
We're
we
also
lost the
we're getting a
Mayfly for
second
nothing.
trash, so if there was another thing in hand, we can instantly put the 5/3 into the bin to potentially win.
Yup.
Janitor
Yup.
saying, "Oh yeah, I knew that. Oops." Unfortunately, I do think that is too late for a take back.
Oh yeah, we something got rezzed absolutely too. I don't think
Yeah.
Janinator's even gonna ask for a take back here. I think they're just or he's just saying he
Yeah.
acknowledges that it was a punt. But with no clicks left, I think that's gonna be
It
it.
could potentially be game, but we still also don't know what's in server one. Like getting the card in there requires you to have had the Regenesis at exactly the right time.
Yeah, I it definitely looks like she had it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
We'll see if she does. Here we go. There it is, Regenesis and the Fuji. Instant win. GG, yeah, that's the threat right there. If you just being able to put out on every single turn, you're gonna have to deal with what's on archives, and if you don't, this might happen. Well done by both players. Rough decision at the end, but Janitor, he did an amazing job keeping the pressure on through the rest of the game up to that point.
Yeah, I
And
think Janitor just needed to not run last click was the thing.
it's a difficult deck to play against. It's the sort of thing where you have to constantly figure out how you're going to keep that tempo up to always be able to check archives.
I do feel like unless runner can combo off or even partial combo off early, I think partial combo off was probably the runner's best shot. Depending on what was in hand, right? Just like run R&D. If it flips and shows archives, I'd be like, okay, there's probably a 5-3 in archives. Run archives and then go for the dive on the same turn once you already have 3 points. Because it gets a lot safer once you already have 3 points.
All right, so it looks like in the lower bracket, Abyss is out of the tournament, unfortunately. 34 Witches defeating him with her Lu, so she'll be going on to the bracket. Let's go take a look at the Tau game if we can. Oh, never mind. No, wait, that's so that is done. Then that game should also be being submitted. Antoine should also be being submitted anytime soon. So then let's go take a look at the Man in the Moon Jai game.
Sure.
All right. We have a 3 points to 1 point. And not a huge setup on the Alco's side. However, Jai is tagged twice. Welcome to C on C violence.
Oh. So the first time you spectated him, he made that joke because it was Southeast Asia versus Southeast Asia. But now it's Seattle versus a Southeast Asia player.
True.
That's what he's getting at.
Good bit. All right, let's see. Yeah, Jai has some good stuff. Like a lot of tools right now. The 2 tags are a little bit scary as always, but I'm not sure what this deck is running for tag punishment.
I mean, the fact that Moosely Hat has all her breakers,
just
is
not what you want to see.
Yeah, no, Moosely Hat with all her breakers and 2 companions and 13 credits. Like this is gonna be rough for Man in the Moon, I think, from this point. Not to mention a points advantage on runner. Because like Moosely Hat's capable of checking all the things, and 2 enemies are already face up, which is really the only way that the Corp can use their ice to disrupt the runner at this point.
And with all of those credits, you can do things like just keep trashing the Bladderworts to keep yourself safe.
The only thing Moosely Hat doesn't have is multi-access. A reprise in the bin. I wonder if that got fired. I bet it did.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. There is not a twinning in the bin though, so presumably that's still out there somewhere.
I think Jai's just looking for twinning.
Smart play, because presumably once the twinning shows up, I mean it's still rough because you have the Chesva's gonna trigger it every turn, but this keeps the runner off of a fair bit of money. Is this deck running? I'm gonna check the deck list real quick. Is this deck running any tag punishment? Is there an unleash or 2 measured responses? Does not look like it. So those tags are mostly just there to be scary. Still annoying because you could lose. You have to get rid of them before you can put out twinning, but still not doing anything for now.
Yeah, I can't remember if Man in the Moon's on any tag punishment. I don't think so.
White space is also a really interesting breaker here. Weirdly, oh no, because Sang Cancel. I forgot how Sang Cancel worked. I thought the cost reduction was on break, not on increased things.
No,
so white space is pointless. White space is pointless. Never mind.
It's 1 or 2 credits to get through white space. Jai is rich enough that it's only a single credit to get through white space.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if the cost
Right.
increase when you're not using
Was on the
paper.
break or on the pump. Yeah. And 2 base strength is, like, legitimately solid on Sand Cancel. Like, you often don't have to pump it. There's not that many 2 strength code gates, but 1 and 0s, there's a decent amount.
Another clean getaway. Continuing to make a lot of money. Gets in, finds a moon pool, choosing not to trash it. Using that money to then go in and trash whatever's in server 4. See what this is. Finding a cohort. Definitely need to get rid of that. Unfortunate. You don't want to see all of your tools go in the bin like that. Nobody does. Well, except for, I think Jai does, but nobody else does. Well, except for everyone cheering for Jai. If you're cheering for Jai, good for you.
Hmm.
No corporation wants to see that. Let's say that. Stay objective. Not really sure what sort of line you use to get out of this situation, though, is because the Chesva, the money, there's just not a ton of ways to start putting the pressure back onto the runner here. Wondering what you can potentially find. Putting another thing in that server, still just behind a white space, so there's still not really a huge. It's still very easy to get into. I guess it's technically better than the anemone because the anemone is 1 credit, while this is sometimes 2. Finding a direct access, not good, but it does draw you a card in Mushi. That's something. I guess it is. I guess it does technically apply to Ayuko because you won't be able to put the counters on. An overclock, it's still only 1 credit to get in, so you're gonna have 4 credits to trash whatever's in there if it's a bladderwort or such.
Oh. Oh, he didn't use his overclock credit.
Ah, okay, yeah. Obviously want to be using that. Especially because the biggest thing here you're expecting is a bladderwort or a Lacosta grid, and both of those are pretty easy to trash. I don't know if the deck is running Lacosta grid, but that's the biggest Jinteki trashable I can think of. Shuffling a FUT and an unseen card into R&D could have been an agenda. And Jai really just able to go wherever they want right now. Not super comforting as a corporation. Finally getting rid of one of those tags, presumably to put down the twinning pretty soon. Man in the Moon, lots of tools, but not a ton of money. And we have gone through a good portion of the deck, only 14 cards left. So, agendas are going to start stacking up. It's still only 3 credits to get into servers 4 and 2, but 3 credits is more than it was now. Especially because Jai is going to be looking to spend 5 credits on the tag and the twinning at some point. Right, 3 different servers. Getting another free draw off of Mushi. Probably not super useful, although you could use Tread Lightly to get into R&D, potentially. Yep, there we go. Jai can now start seeing 2 cards from central servers when they want to. Run on HQ instead of R&D. Only 1 credit to break in either way. Well, actually, no, you do need to run on this because you want to spend the credit, probably. You could just spend it to increase Kurapira's strength either way, but you're going to spend a credit anyways. Might as well use it somewhere useful. Using Spin Doctor to draw cards, obvious signal that there are agendas in hand. Potentially going to use that now to see an extra card. Yep. Finding a hybrid release and a fly swatter. So that puts Jai on 4 points. How many? The deck is running 3 Fujis, so any Fuji here potentially wins it. Is there a threat here that Man in the Moon is posing of like, I have a way to do something horrible on 3 credits
No.
and 2?
Not with a petty in the bin, yes, but with all 3 petties removed from the game, like technically petty in the bin could go petty, Hansei measured, which Jai can't survive.
Well, Jai isn't
Yeah.
tagged anymore.
Well, for measured.
Oh, measured, right, measured.
Yeah, yeah.
For some reason, my
Um,
mind replaced with a
no, you're
different
good.
card.
But yeah, all 3 petties are gone. I think that's pretty rough for Man in the Moon.
We are going to get a cohort out, which is very nice. Helps a lot with having enough money. We've also reached the point where Man in the Moon probably has to not trigger Alco with only 1 point scored. I mean, you're trying to score 6 points. Getting rid of 3 cards is very dangerous at this point.
Yeah, I mean at this point, I don't see a path to victory for Man in the Moon, unfortunately for him.
Well,
Um,
it's Jinteki. You can always uh, pull out a random 10 net damage turn out of nowhere. That's what
yeah.
I always assume about Jinteki, at least.
I mean, but with what, right? Like the Fujis don't do anything anymore if Jai steals one. They just win Jai the game. The 2 enemies are face up, and that's the only way Jai takes damage. The only thing that Man in the Moon could potentially do is if Man in the Moon can get up to 10 credits, which he probably can. Oh wait, actually, I was mistaken. I forgot about the cohort that went uncontested. Technically, Man in the Moon was 1 credit too poor for Hansei measured. So I wonder if Man in the Moon value measures here. Oh, interesting.
Interesting. So
But
putting out a FUT.
you know
Now,
what? Actually, I think what's going on is Man in the Moon is taking advantage of Jai's low credit total to threaten
yeah.
double measures.
I think not just that, but also right now with the FUT on the board, that's potentially very much threatening. Like, if you don't do something about this, and you can't really do something about this because you don't have the credits for it,
Yeah.
I'm going to, and you score something that isn't one of the 3 Fujis remaining in the deck, I'm going to be able to capitalize on that. It makes everything
Yep.
a little bit scarier. Additionally,
Yeah.
the cohort is another way to draw a few more cards and potentially get the measures that you need a little bit faster. You've immediately found a way to start threatening a win just by having those.
Yeah. I think what Man in the Moon wants right here is Man in the Moon wants a run for measured response. I don't think Jai survives double measured here. And this run actually might not be the right call because th- I mean,
That
technically Man in the Moon could uh
the other thing
yeah, I don't
is that
know.
all Jai needs is to see 1 Fuji. If you find there are 3 Fujis left in deck, and if you find 1,
Whoa.
oh,
Okay, so this is probably going to be a judge call. Um wait, what? Why is that not a judge call? Okay, I don't think Man in the Moon realized that Jai jacked out there. So, Man in the Moon popped Spin Doctor before the runner had clicked the commit to access button.
mhm,
Um, and then Jai, had Man in the Moon waited, Jai wouldn't have the opportunity to jack out, and therefore would be dead to credit measured here. And Cohort can definitely help find that.
interesting.
Um,
Yeah,
so I don't know if Man in the Moon even caught that mistake. Um,
potentially we'll see what happens here, but it is a very specific timing issue. Drawing a lot, probably looking for those measures potentially.
But they're blank. Jai
Yeah,
didn't
but
make a
you can play
successful
them.
run.
You
He
can play
jacked
them in
out.
the future.
Oh, I mean, I guess. I mean, I think Man in the Moon's trying to close the game. Well, actually, wait a minute. He didn't. No, he did draw with cohort. Yeah, there's 7 cards in the left. It's really Man in the Moon's only out. Um, yeah, so that's something to be aware of with cards like Pinhole, where if during the run, like a spin doctor gets popped and it no longer makes sense to make a successful run, and making a successful run is actually a negative thing for the runner because it opens you up to cards that punish whether the runner had made a run. Um, on Jinteki in paper it's really easy. You just before doing anything, as the corp you say, would you like to access? And once the runner says yes, you have a paid ability window to do things like pop spin doctor. And after you've done that, they can't jack out. They're forced to continue the access, which is usually bad for the runner.
Now,
Um,
I will note how many there are 3 Regenesises here, so we are potentially threatening another Regenesis. Um, it's not a huge threat because there isn't an easy way to get something out of archives. So if there's a Fuji in archives and that gets scored, that's just game. But you are
yeah,
threatening
Jai
to
could just keep
potentially get
checking
a lot of
archives.
points. You are threatening to potentially get a lot of points here off of a Regenesis.
Man in the Moon could score a Fuji with double cohort if like server 5's a cohort or something like that. Um,
It's a Jinteki
anyway,
makes you
sorry.
think a couple turns in advance of like, okay, well, what could happen on the next turn? What could potentially be done here to score out next or something?
So, anyways, just to finish the thought on the spin doctor thing. So the way to handle that in as the court player on JNet is you click the button that says continue to I think it's like uh, continue to approach, and before clicking no further action, you wait for the runner to there will be a little message in chat that says the runner will continue the run. After that goes up, then the corp should pop their spin doctors or something like that, but you should probably be waiting for that window in chat. It's really easy to miss that opportunity, and it can affect games. Like Man in the Moon would have just won that game if he
Well,
had
potentially,
to.
we don't know
Yeah,
exactly what would have happened, but
yeah, no,
the
no. It's just
the
like had
yeah.
two measures in hand. That's something you should be prepared to do.
Um, let's see where potentially Jai can go with this. Gaining a credit and spending a sure gamble. You now have the money to run in a lot of different places. Running on archives. Now, the one really big piece of pressure that could be put here is if this is a agenda that isn't a Fuji, you're then going to be dealing 2 damage, and Jai has to immediately win the game, or else,
Three
uh,
damage.
yeah, 3 damage. Jai has to immediately win the game, or else find a way to not die from the.
Yeah, Jai might just go twinning sweep after this. So Man in the Moon asks for commit to access this time. I wonder. I wonder if Man in the Moon realized his mistake and just moved
As in
on
a
with it
moon
rather than
pool, got
contesting
the
it.
moon pool back. Oh boy, not trashing anything from HQ. Grabbing that does let you get some things out of archives. Revealing a Fuji out of archives, and there's a Regenesis in archives. That's going to
Yep,
hit, and that's going to immediately deal 3 damage. So Jai now has to win the game here, because otherwise double.
double measured kills
Yeah.
Jai. Yeah.
Now you could potentially run on HQ, and if you get in, that could stop the double measure.
Yeah, Man in the Moon probably, yeah, with only one Hansei, only one hedge in the bin. Man in the Moon almost certainly has hedge, has an event
Yeah.
operation. Um,
There's also the
Jai could
there's
contest the
also
cohort.
the cohort on the board, which gets you enough credits for double measured.
Server 2 could also be anything.
Yes, this doesn't necessarily have to be an agenda. It could be a Regenesis and was planning on scoring out a Regenesis within a Regenesis just for points, but or scoring out the Fuji. Like the Fuji does imply that it's a Regenesis. However, also the
it'd be good bait,
the
right?
FUT is
Like
still
it
on
could
the
be
board.
another
So
FUT, could be anything.
if you go grab that and it is a Regenesis, that doesn't win you the game because that is only 6 points.
Yep.
Jai rolling a dice, rolling a 3-sided dice and rolling a 2.
Interesting. So I wonder if he's choosing between like sweeping at HQ, sweeping R&D, and hitting server 2. I think personally I would go for one of the centrals.
Going for HQ.
Because you get 3 accesses. He could also potentially sweep out the measureds here. Like
there's also a good chance that the Fujis are just in hand.
Yeah.
Apologies if you can hear the large explosions. It is, of course, the 4th of July in America. So you may hear some fireworks from outside.
Yeah, so Jai basically, by running this, committing to be dead to single measured. Although the odds that Man in the Moon can't find 2 measured responses at this point is pretty low anyways. Because there's none in the bin, so they're all either in hand or in R&D. And Man in the Moon will see 4 of the top of the 8 cards left in the deck, so pretty good shot that Man in the Moon has access to double measured. So single measured probably doesn't matter. Like, I think Jai's already dead to singled. Lion's Mane. Can Jai break this? It's 6 credits to break this.
Now, notably, that does take you down to 2 credits. So you're not.
Jai has to win off points, yeah. But like I said, like if there's only a single measured in HQ, even if Jai did snipe it, he'd have to like Man in the Moon could probably find the second one.
And there's the Fuji 2 measured that would have killed, and then the Fuji. Oh wow, the odds of that. Beautiful, beautiful ending there. So close. Dang. You've got 2 cards that you know will kill you and you can't do anything about them, and then finally the 3rd card instantly wins you the game. Well done. Well done. Jai immediately calling out the spin pre-fire, just like you did. Close game. Incredibly cool to watch. Alright, we will now be going on a short break. Results should have come in for things before we get to our next round, which... not entirely sure. Still don't know exactly who won the Antoine versus Melty game, but we should be getting that pretty shortly. For now, we're going to go on a short break before the next round. I'm going to go grab some food myself, because I need to do that, and we will see you in just a second. Thanks for tuning in. Hello, and we returned for round 3 of the APAC Online Megacities. Got on the top bracket, Jai and Leah still undefeated. Uh, Good luck to both of them. And then in the lower bracket, Janinator on Nebula versus Antoine on Mushi, and Men and Moon on Aoko versus 34 Watches on Lu. Very interested to see who can make it out of the lower bracket, and we'll watch one of those games to see who can keep their tournament run alive. Although I do desperately want to see Jai's Nuvum deck if I can. We'll see though. Let me go. I was thinking of going and watching the Nebula deck because I feel like that'll be interesting to see. Assuming that we can. Give me a quick second. Try and doesn't look like that game is up yet. Not sure if something's going on right now, but yeah. Just to double check. There it is. Okay. All right, let's get right into it. Whoa. So yeah, we have a Mushi. I presume probably going to be pretty similar to the Mushi we already saw. There's not a ton of variation on Mushi in my experience. Sometimes people will do something interesting. There were some interesting... I saw people experimenting with Q Loop for a bit, but mostly with Mushi you get the same stuff. However, on the other side, we do have a Nebula, which is interesting. One of only 2 NBN decks in the entire tournament, and has made it to the finals and is still alive. Let's see where this goes. Antoine taking a mulligan. I feel like taking a mulligan is much less worrying on the runner side than it is on the corpse side, just in general. On the corpse side, it's much more of a danger because on the corpse side, you could get
your floor is way lower,
yeah.
right? Yeah, mulligan is the runner. Like, you can be, you kind of get to decide how much you interact to a certain. Like, the corp can force you to interact. So if you don't have interaction tools early, that can be okay. But since the corp is like at the runner's mercy, if they don't have what they need early, they could just get punished really hard. And it's not just flood, right? It's like if you don't have ice, don't have money, or don't have anything worthwhile to do, all of those mulligans are really bad. Whereas the runner can just have like a bad economic start, which sometimes they can just draw through and it will like turn out fine. Sometimes it doesn't. But...
It can really hurt your tempo game, but it's
yeah,
a safer thing in my experience than the ways in which the corp can get very, very hurt.
100%.
Seems like we might be seeing Jinteki issues. Oh.
Yeah, I had some yesterday for sure with some of my games. Things taking a long time.
Oh no, it looks like Janinator just missed the
The
round.
round begin. Okay, yeah.
All right, let's go then. I was worried it might be some more lag issues. Install hedge fund, and then are we going to see, yeah, piece of ice goes up in front of HQ. Exactly what you need against a Mushi deck. I'm glad that Transfer of Wealth has retaught people that when you're playing Criminal, you ice HQ every time, no matter what. I don't feel like Doof really communicated that well enough, and then we didn't have that, so... now that we have another card like that, it's good that everyone has to remember Ice HQ if you're against Criminal or lose. Oh wow. Early agenda, immediately scoring out a post-truth dividend, and then making a
Yeah,
run on server 1. Let's see what this is.
and I think the
That clean
post
getaway
truth.
gives you the money to easily trash this, but it's just a spin doctor. I'm going to let it
Yeah,
be trashed.
I think that's correct. Like,
Mhm.
I'd rather take 2 credits from the runner than put a hedge fund in my deck, right?
Yeah.
And
And you
then
can
spin doctor
potentially
sits
bring the
there.
spin. You can potentially bring the spin doctor back later with another spin doctor or something, if you need to.
Exactly. Um, okay, predictive.
Planogram giving you the cards you need, followed by YDL, exactly the combo you want to see, and then an install on R&D, so that's immediately threatening something. You have an ice on both servers, you have plenty of money to res it, whatever's there, and you have the flipped identity to potentially fast advance something. We're
Yeah, so
threatening
what are the fast
score
advance
immediately.
pieces? You've
Let's
got
go take a look at this
sorry,
deck.
you've got petty caches, you've got greasing the palm, install something clicklessly, you've got 1 red level. I guess
Greasing the
top down.
Palm.
Wait, top down's
Wait,
it's a
no,
single,
this
right?
deck is running Moonpool.
Yeah, yeah, but for the operation based.
Sorry, I just noticed that this deck is running Moonpool, and I find that so cool. Moonpool's so
It's
cool.
it's a combo with red level, I think, because
Yep.
red level clicklessly installs a moon pool.
Mhm. Also, lots of tag tools. I don't see. think the only tag punishment though is greasing the palm,
Yeah, I
and I
think
guess Oracle
well,
Think Tank as well. Yeah.
well, yeah,
All
Oracle
right.
Think Tank has its own punishment,
So
but it's
that
all
fires,
predictive.
and there was a petty cache in archives, so we are getting the immediate extra click. Going to use that to just instantly score out. What's it going to be?
A
Ooh,
headline.
tomorrow's headline. Good
Interesting.
thing to just score out that easily.
Yeah,
Definitely one of
it's
the
gonna
ones.
be annoying tempo wise for the runner to deal with the tag.
It's also just
The
2 points. It's one of the main things to do with 2 points.
predictive's also tag punishment.
That's true. Top-down solutions does combo really well with Moonpool. Another thing that you can do there. Getting a twinning down, that's pretty good early on. However, we also don't know if what's protecting R&D or HQ is a barrier. We need something to actually do there. Using bands to remove a tag and then install something from the grip, so going to have to install something that costs 1 because we're currently out of credits. Although, wait, we can use the Chesra credits right now. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
using
pretty
that to
good.
install a Carmen, that's pretty great. We do have the ability to get into a lot of servers now with those 2 cards. However,
Yeah.
you are letting the corp spend another turn potentially fast advance out.
You also like you had to click and spend 2 credits to remove the tag anyways. So
Mhm.
like that was already paid for by the Bahia bans. So the Bahia bans effectively gave us a 5 credit discount on Carmen because it made the successful run and let it and gave us a 1 credit discount and allowed us to use Chesfa. So it brought Carmen all the way from 5 to 0. And the click was already accounted for. Like clickless 0 credit Carmen is what that was. That's pretty good because we had to remove
Extremely
the
cool
tag.
combo. Predictive planogram to draw cards, so we're not seeing an immediate score out. There might be still be some way to do it with Moonpool, but we're just seeing a normal install, so I am assuming that for now we're not going to get that. That this will be the normal setup turn before the much more scary next turn. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, server 3 could be Spin Doctor, could be Moonpool. Moosely Hut just doesn't have the gas to contest it without something like a pinhole. Oh yeah, click
Clicking for
up
3 credits and then clean getawaying archives makes
yeah,
sense. Just gets you money. You're just desperate for money right now. Not
yeah.
not a great place to be. But if there was 1 ice, you could potentially try and contest it and say maybe the 2 credits from Chesva will get me in here. But with 2 ice, you do not have a way to do that.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. I haven't looked at the ice spread.
It is a spin doctor, so potentially digging for something to potentially digging for something to score out with.
I don't think you can point clean getaway at centrals, even if you had a full rig, because there's two fun houses, and both options are bad. Like when you have a twinning, so clean getaway I think has to go at archives
Oh
at
no, I
this
wasn't
point.
saying for a clean getaway. I was just saying
Oh,
if there
just
was
for a
one ice
poke.
on there, you could potentially
Yeah,
just
just a
run
flip.
to just get rid of the Nebula trigger.
Yep,
But yeah.
reasonable.
Starting out with another planogram. Could use this to play another YDL, maybe? Will we see a second YDL? No.
They also, he also just might want to be overdrawing so that he can
Hmm.
put petty caches in the bin.
That is a way to
Um,
score out.
yeah, when he's already flipped, like petty cache is nice because it can flip you and pay you back for being flipped. But in this case, like he doesn't really need to. He's already flipped. Runner's a little ways away from contesting.
Hedge fund and then putting an ice on archives to lock the runner out of just running on servers for now.
Well, also, server 4 is likely to be a moon pool, so like the runner kind of has to contest either archives, in which case they're doing it for nothing because server 4 will pop.
Bravado. It's a good time for a
Um,
bravado.
yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Um,
Definitely the card you want to see here when you are trying to contest stuff.
Piranhas.
Piranhas. That's well, you don't have a code gate breaker, so you're just
Yeah, so it
letting
just
that fire
fires.
no matter what.
Yep. Draw one card, do a net. That's not that bad. Like we think, or at least I think that Corp is probably going to try to push a king making this next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, I think that with server 4 almost certainly being a moon pool, um, Antoine kind of has to contest. Yeah,
Mm.
so no decoder, just locked out.
Well done finding the exact icebreaker you needed,
Yep.
or the exact ice you need.
And then still, so that has to contest this. With a bad pub is actually like the piranhas is like a little unfortunate.
Yep, you do get the
Because
extra credit to deal with it, but
yeah, exactly.
there's also the chance that it's just another spin doctor. Is it another spin
It,
doctor?
pro- it probably is, yeah. After the first spin got popped, there's no reason to do that, right? So it's another spin. We're at least gonna res it and probably fire it
Yep.
because if the runner didn't have a bad pub, maybe I'd let him pay for it. But with a bad pub, you fire it.
Also, you aren't technically losing all your spin doctors here because you let the first one go, so you can use this to
Yep.
get that back.
Yeah, we got a spin doctor back. I
This is
think
also
that
giving
this
you
is
all
fine.
the cards you'd possibly want to fast advance next turn, so we're definitely going to see something this turn. If we don't see some sort of wild score here, I would be very surprised.
I mean, the only thing that they can score without like a moon pool is a 3-2, right? Or a
What's the
3x.
text on top-down solutions again?
Top down is not a double, it's draw 2, install 2.
Right. So starting out with a greasing the palm, that'll score you
Oh yeah,
something.
so that could be your operation actually. That's pretty good because
Just
it
using that to
installs both an agenda and a moon pool. But yeah, we just score a 3-2 with greasing.
scoring on a 3-2. Yeah, I think that's what the top-down and the moon pool are for.
Yeah, that
As I
makes
mentioned in
sense as a
chat.
package
Yeah.
combo. Yeah, so we are with a king making, I believe as long as there's agendas in archives or a bunch of agendas in HQ, which top down can help make sure that you do get more agendas into HQ. Top down Moonpool kind of wins the game.
Pressuring
Because we
R&D
score
here.
we score king making with it.
Yeah. Pressuring R&D here. Will we see a third code gate? You have a good setup to get in. However, it doesn't work against code gates right now.
Yeah. Corp would have to have at least 3 or 4 agendas in hand to do the king making play though. Which is rough.
There it is,
I do I
Funhouse.
I
That's
think
not
that
the
yeah,
worst thing because you have the Chesva credits to pay for it and you can
and
get rid
bad
of the
pub.
tag, but it is a tempo hit.
I think they have to. You have to flip here, and it's only one real credit to break the sub because of bad pub. Um, so
True,
you're
true.
just taking one tag, and you're flipping so that you don't instantly lose the game to Moonpool.
Oof,
Also,
three
Corp down to
credits.
4 credits is super relevant.
3 credits and no score. Rough to see. Or
I
three
think
cards and
runners,
no score. Three
yeah,
different
runners
tokens.
just happy to not have lost the game this turn. I think.
Yeah.
Um,
That was a turn where you're asking, am I going to see another code gate of some sort, another piranhas or such?
Yeah. I think it
Flipping
also
back
makes
over.
sense that well, the Kogates, it looks like the Corp drew all the perfect dice, and they did to a certain degree, but also of course they're resing the Kogates. Those are the ones that matter,
Yeah.
right? So the two unresed are likely to be barriers or sentries or something like that.
Wishy finding an overclock, which will also help you get in pretty easily. Definitely drawing a couple more cards, and then definitely needs to go for it here, almost certainly. Now, the Corp does have a lot of credits, so that thing on the outside could potentially keep you out, but you do have the overclock to make sure you get in.
Yeah, overclock is quite good in this matchup. Would be nice if we had a Sang Cancel to go with it, though. Have we shown a Sang Cancel anywhere? No, we have not.
The deck is not running Sang Cancel.
Whoa.
It is running Shibboleth.
Oh. Awkward.
Alright, running overclock again. Going to see a oh, that's okay. So there isn't a ton of great tag punishment from Janinator, but he can trash the
Crash the
twinning,
twinning.
which really hurts Antoine. She would have a rough time with that.
I think Antoine's happy to. I mean, not happy. I think I'm probably taking tag here just to flip and clean off my twinning. And if twinning gets trashed for a click and 2 credits, you just find another one eventually. Like, it's not what you want, but
Another 3 cards, nothing.
yeah, I don't know if any of those were overlapping accesses. I
Mhm.
might have missed that. I'm pretty sure there's some agendas camping in archives right now.
Now, it should be noted
Um,
once again, the Nebula deck is not running any obvious tag punishment aside from 3 greasings. Or
well,
one
there's a
greasing. There's
predictive
only one
planogram.
greasing.
That's
Yep.
punishment a little
Predictive
bit.
planogram is good punishment, but most
Yeah,
of your tag punishment is not extremely serious.
aggressive. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean,
The biggest one is
um,
just getting your twinning trashed, which I presume will probably be happening here. We'll
that's
see
still
though.
like a really powerful click for the corp. Like that planogram was sure gamble from 0 credits because it's 4 in Nebula, and it draws you 3 cards. So
Yeah.
that's quite the operation if it does both and your Nebula. So you get to flip back and
Having those
threaten being
extra
flipped next
credits
turn.
having
Yeah.
those extra credits makes trashing the twinning a little bit less annoying. Oh, and then the YDL to go up to 15. Ugh.
So we got to double dip on the predictive punishment
Yep.
because we drew 3 cards and got 3 extra credits for those 3 cards. Um, I guess you could argue you could have just uh, planogrammed for the draw 3, and then it was really just the 3 credits. But still, it allowed you to be flexible and do both and draw into YDL. Okay, so
Antoine putting down
we're running
remains
R&D
and then
again.
immediately just going again with a jailbreak. I don't hate this play. It'll potentially let you Hermes something, and the R&D has been shuffled up here, but also
Yeah, I think
looks like we
that
might just be going tag me here.
I think we definitely are. There's no more resources currently. I wonder if you run. You can't get into archives, so you can't run archives first. Ugh. Still sees nothing. I think there's a lot of points in HQ and archives right now. They're just unfortunately currently inaccessible to the runner. But yeah, the corp doesn't have any mass tag punishment that I can see. Yeah.
This also means potentially you can really threaten something with the runner might be seeing Antoine might be seeing its own demise of like you are looking in R&D and you are seeing the top down or you are seeing something like that that's
Right.
going to be drawn, which is a miserable place to be. There's another
100%.
YDL, more money.
Generator here says you are very unlucky with the accesses. Sorry.
Yeah.
So that's a comment that I do want to be careful of from opponents. Like I'm not saying that anyone's um being sly here, and there's nothing wrong with it if you will. It's a game about bluffing after all. But at this point, from the runner's perspective, regardless of whether that was said I'm thinking that I'm not actually getting unlucky in R&D. There's just nothing in R&D. Like they're all in HQ and archives. So like this third ice on R&D could be a way to say like, hey, uh to bluff that R&D is where what you care about and you want the runner to keep running through R&D. This is also pretty good tag punishment.
Yeah.
F2P's passive ability can't be used. Um, but I guess with Carmen, the numbers work out so that it's only 4 credits to break.
We are now going to
Uh,
be on 3 credits after all of this. Um,
yep.
we're just taking a
Think we'll
million
remove a tag
tags.
with Bahia bans.
Janinator will be able to. He will be able to instantly win with a good psychographic mounting.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main way that Janitor wins is by being flipped, right? Like being on the backside. Think tank, that's not gonna do much for the
Yep.
corp
Finally
or for the
finding
runner.
an agenda, and unfortunately, it is an Oracle think tank, which does not really help you because
It
that
got a
happens.
Hermes bounce, which is like kind of funny. Wait, yeah, I was gonna say this transfer won't get through this Piranhas.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I believe so. Yeah, because draw 1 card puts you at 7, and then yeah, it would work, except playing the transfer
Playing the
costs you the
transfer,
thing.
yeah. Yep, because it's a 2 card swing, but playing a run event makes it a 3 card swing. Okay, we're just gonna go for it anyways.
Mhm.
Um, this transfer when you don't care about the tag is quite a good trade, right? Getting a 9 credit swing, and a breach on HQ is
You
exactly
are
what you want.
you are losing a card and giving the corp a draw, which honestly I'm more concerned about
Yeah,
because
for
the corp
sure.
is obviously just looking for more and more. Finding another piranhas. Ooh.
I think that a lot of Muslihat's cards aren't doing much for them at the moment.
Mhm.
And they had to discard to hand size anyways after doing that play. So unless they did something different, ooh, the Chesva is a unfortunate discard. The pinhole doesn't really do anything at all, so that's fine. Um, yeah, wait.
January getting to play a petty cash. We might see the score out here. Losing that Chesva is really rough for Antoine.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
would think
exactly
that's
sure. Like, I feel
important.
like Z might want to have played it just to have more money.
I
But
mean, Antoine might have another Chesva in hand,
yeah,
right?
you are
And
getting
you
more
don't
money
need
now.
3, you just need 2. I guess we could look. No, there's only 2 in the list, so
Oh,
I'm wrong.
hold on. Top down solution. Are we going to see something really funny?
Well, Nebula's not flipped, so I guess
Oh, true.
with enough agendas in archives, like if you have 4 total agendas, you
There
can
it
win.
is. There it is. Top down into moon pool.
Yeah. Yeah, with 4 agendas, you can put 2 advancements on a king making, um, and then still have 1 agenda left in hand to be the 1 pointer for the king making. So
Two
I think
reveal.
this is the end of the game.
Double advancing. Scoring out a king making.
Oh, had to draw. Oh wait, yeah.
And there's the point. There it
I'm
is.
guessing that
Wow.
I'm guessing they had it, but maybe it's really funny if king making has to draw you into the 1 pointer.
Sometimes you just cannot find the exact thing you need. Well done, Antoine. She did amazingly played for having such rough outs. And well done to Janinator, who continues on with Nebula. Love
Yeah.
to see Yellow doing well. Right, let's see if the other games are still going. Let me see if I can. They have been reported yet. Looks like they have not, so let's go take a look at the Man in the Moon game. The theming of the tournament, as you could say, a Jinteki versus Lu match. The most common possible thing. So many cards removed from this game. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Very few actual scores.
3 gachapons fired, petties and moon pool spins. That makes sense. Interesting to see 2 pinholes RFG'd. I guess if you've already got, yeah, you got breaker solutions, so you don't really need to be pinning. You just run directly. And pinhole, I guess, is like an extra hit point to make a run, whereas just running normally doesn't cost a hit point. So maybe that makes sense. I've been holding my pinholes in Alco, but it's possible they got RFG'd later in the game, where at that point they're less relevant than they are in the first couple turns.
Yep.
This is definitely a critical turn. So yeah, interesting.
Getting
Yeah,
into
that one.
Archons, preventing the possible Regenesis score. Let's see. Running on server 1. 34 Witches, she does have the money to get into most places and potentially contest stuff. Finding a second
Second FUT.
FUT.
Yeah, you
Ooh.
leave that there. That's funny.
The problem right now for 34 Witches is that she's only on 1 point. So you need to find a way through 2 FUTs to score a full 6 points.
Yeah, I mean that second FUT is Hermes fodder, and then you can go get the other. Well, like yeah, I guess they could always just res in response. I don't know. I think that I'm not that worried about that being a FUT. It means that like, and you know what it is, so Man the Moon can't like moon pool it and fake you out. So I don't know. I think that's fine. Um, one of the hybrids is gone. Like, I guess Man the Moon could go like install Moonpool and fast advance a Regenesis that way at some point. But right now, Moon's not presenting any threats. And like next turn, obviously Regenesis isn't online because there's nothing in archives. But yeah, I'm talking about a future turn. Uh, do we know who that extra spectator is?
I'm not sure. For the record, if you're just spectating the game because you're hanging out, please don't spectate the games. Watch the stream instead. Uh, but it might be a judge or something, so I'm not going to immediately call
Yeah,
it
yeah,
out. But yeah,
definitely.
please just let us do the spectating of the top table games and come watch them on stream if you'd like to see them. If you are just a random spectator who does not have a good reason to be there. Yeah. It's an interesting scenario because I feel like there's a lot of ways for Man in the Moon to win the game just by scoring out. However, there's not that many ways for 34 Witches to come back, given how. Oh, hold on. Measured response. Paying 8. This deck isn't running 3 measured responses.
No, it's on 2. Um,
So one of the
yeah.
things about the Futs is that you do have the Airblade, so you can potentially just prevent all of the damage from one Fut.
As long as it's on your turn and during a run.
True.
Right. So if Man in the Moon scores something right now, that damage still could getting through.
Yeah.
Man in the Moon had in his Swiss game against me, he fired off a value measured, which is something I haven't seen a lot of players doing, but it kind of matters because it reduces like you just spend 8 and then you have a lot less. You either have less hit points or less credits with which to threaten the board and can open scoring windows for you. Um, I'd have to play more Alco to like quite understand the value measured, but
Alco
yeah, it's
just
interesting.
Alco scares me. Right. Running on HQ. Curious what the game plan is here. Um, seeing an enemy. Ooh. So you can prevent those 2 damage. Probably definitely want to do that just to stop as much damage as possible.
And deny the outco counter, right? Because they're prevented entirely.
Yeah.
Um,
This does let you sweep the hand, which lets you defend against measured. So, although you don't
yeah. But,
have the credits to, no, you do have the credits to do it.
I feel like with one measured in the bin, we're pretty well. 7 cards left in deck. If Server Five's a Spin Doctor, there's a pretty decent chance that Man in the Moon can res that, shuffle back only a single copy of measured, and be threatening double measured next turn.
We have
Um,
only seen 1 Spin Doctor removed from the game. Yep, there it
yeah.
is.
So we're watering down H. I think we're watering down HQ to try to defend the
Also
second measured
potentially trying to
response,
find something to replace the Tatu Bolo with.
right? Because on this board state, let's say this was last click, which it's not. But Man in the Moon can shuffle back a single measured, and so there's 6 cards left in the deck. Alco looks at 3 of them, Mandatory Draw looks at 1, and Cohort looks at an additional 1. So you have a 5 out of 6 chance at double measuring next turn, um, assuming the Cohort sticks around. And since Man in the Moon already has 10 credits, his first click could be click draw. So Man in the Moon 100% can double measured next turn because he can draw all of he can look at all of R&D.
Finding a Regenesis, going to take damage. Oh, and finding a Fuji. Oh,
Yeah.
wow, okay. And finding a Blood in the Water, that's game! Oh my
Wow.
gosh. Finding all the agendas in hand at the last possible second. Wow.
Yeah, 3 out of 3 accesses, and you needed all 3. That's pretty.
Yep.
That's pretty
That's
crazy.
really lucky and really incredible to see. Well done. Not a ton of options, and 34 Witches, she found exactly the thing. Afraid of Measured into Blood. Yeah, Measured into Blood is a really good combo that I obviously realizing. Alright. Well done. Right, let's see if our last game has wrapped up or it's still going. Looks like that's it, so we'll see who won the Jai versus Leah game. It looks like Jai won, while Leah's a dear friend. Nuvum going undefeated into the top is beautiful to see. In torn between my love of my friends and my love of my identities.
Okay. Man in the Moon just sent me a screenshot.
Oh?
There's 6 agendas in HQ. And a 3-2 in the bin.
Oh wow! Alright, that's really good.
Oh gosh, I don't know if he's watching the stream or not, but
Can you send me the
I couldn't
screenshot
keep
so I
that
can
to
pull it up
myself.
on screen?
Huh?
I
Yeah,
can pull the screenshot out if you
yeah,
send it to me on
sure.
Discord.
I got it.
Yeah. That's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
I hope he'll forgive me for posting it on putting it on YouTube, but I'm sure he doesn't mind.
Well, sometimes that's the breaks. Yeah, hang on. It's there's the hand. So yeah, rough hand to have at that point. Oh. What's funny is I'm still not sure every possible combination here is a loss, because you could just see 3 1-pointers.
Yeah, it's possible.
What an ending, though. Very, very fun.
Yeah, he says that Tattoo told him, "You have no ice." And he's like, "Yeah, I know."
All right. Okay, so we'll
Yeah.
probably be going into the next round pretty shortly. I'll see y'all there in just a second. Don't go away. It's more Netrunner after a very short break. See you in just a minute. Hello, and we are back. I forgot to move to the stream channel, but it should work here. We're back. Should be starting in just a second. 34 Witches versus Janinator. 34 Witches PD versus Janinator's Mags. That's going to be the one turn KO PD. That means actually, won't this be. Wait, hang on. This game should be, I believe, combo versus combo, unless I'm mistaken. Because I
Yes,
believe
it should be.
both players are on the kind of instant combo decks.
Yes, it should be much interesting. I believe that generally PD probably can score out faster than the mag combo can set up, but we'll see what
So,
happens.
as a note for this combo, for anyone who doesn't know about this, it is using a lot of different tools, but mostly fully operational and stuff like that to score out 2 3 5s in one turn, using on one giant turn and then neurospiking to death or just scoring out. It is very powerful, and I believe that 34 Witches is one of the best players at it. Period. Uh, not sure if she made the deck or such, but I've definitely heard her name in regards to it. Meanwhile, Janinator's on what we saw earlier, the combo mags, where you're trying to play a bunch of running hots and then multiple deep dives in one turn.
Yes, I believe 30 Fortress probably is one of the best players on OTK PD. I know that they didn't make the deck
Okay.
themselves. They found it from JTFQ, I believe.
Yeah.
But then they did a lot of work on it, iterating it and testing
Yeah.
it a lot in scrubs. And so I know that at this point, probably they're one of the most experienced players on this specific list.
I also went and grabbed some delicious cherries. This has nothing to do with anything. They're just very good. 3 stone ships means the neurospike. Right, yeah, this deck is running 3 stone ships, so that is a good way to instantly end with. Check something real quick. Yeah, round starts in 3 minutes, so we have a little bit of time before round starts. Might start sooner than that. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, so we're waiting. We're waiting 3 minutes to start. So let's take a look at these deck lists real quick. They're both pretty known stuff. I mean, 3 nano managements, a base, lots of ways to get more clicks back. Synchrocyclotron for the flood the market. All those tools, and then the 3 neurospikes to try and kill with. 2 red level clearances for more clicks as well and more installs. All the possible tools you could possibly want. Not a ton of ice, but all cheap ice that you can play and put stuff behind. Now, the one thing that I do find interesting is that this deck, the PD deck, almost certainly will not be installing much to protect centrals. Like, this is not a deck that is really worried about that. Your goal is to draw your entire deck and score out instantly. He'll put some stuff in front, but there's not that many good ice, period. There's nothing really big and scary in front of centrals. So it could be a bit easier for the Mags deck to get in. But you have to choose when you're going to get in, especially because the other thing about the PD deck is it's only running 6 agendas total. And you need to find 3 of them with your 3 deep dives. Which is
Yes,
going to
for
be
sure.
really hard.
I'm also worried that generally this combo P deck holds a lot of agendas in hand, and so if you're trying to like deep dive, like 3 deep dives to close the game, you may miss a lot of agendas if all of them are not R&D per se, but a lot of them are in hand. So I'm also curious about that interaction.
So we'll see exactly how this goes. It's going to be interesting. We've already seen the other side of the deck. The only icebreakers are 1 Mayfly and 1 Nanook. That's it. So not going to be contesting much. Nanook is potentially interesting if we did want to start pressuring on stuff, just because you're not putting agendas out on the field as this deck ever. There's never a chance of doing that like there is with a thing, but this deck doesn't want to contest. We'll see where
Yeah.
this goes. It's a combo versus it's 2 combo decks trying to finish their combo first, which is a fascinating matchup that we do not get to see much of.
Yes, definitely. I will say that sometimes the PD deck does put agendas on the table because powers that be and RLC, or RLC specifically, cannot install agendas on that combo turn. And so sometimes, if they believe the runner will not contest, I've seen PD players play like an Amelia's on the table to make that combo turn
True.
faster. Yeah. think it's a rematch
which
also,
would of
so I'm
course be the
curious.
funniest possible outcome. Um, Agenda on the table, scored with Nanook, removes Nanook from the game, and then two ice in front of HQ and R&D that both say end the run, ending the combo. I
Yes, that
cannot
would
imagine that happening because it would be really, really silly, but boy, it would be funny to see.
that would
Alright,
be funny
so we're
indeed.
going to see immediately red level clearance, drawing two, gaining two, and then installing two ice, and that's it. So, not able to do anything with these two servers, but next turn potentially able to put something in both of them and then fully op, which is not great to see.
Yes. Uh, I'm curious how the first match between the two went, because is it a rematch between these two combo lists?
I'm not sure. I can check the standings. Let me check that in my other thing real quick. So that's going to be two pairings are that is 34 witches. Let's try and versus Janinator. Yeah, that was 34 witches for Janinator. Did go to the Corp in round 6 of the tournament. So we'll see if it happens again.
Yes.
Can the witches do it again?
Yeah, wow, we're blitzing through our deck really quickly. We're
Yes.
nuking and then clicking it twice. Yeah.
Just using it twice and then immediately doing that, giving up a Airblade, which is pointless. Two sure gambles, which are money, but don't necessarily need money if you're just trying to get your combo out as fast as possible.
For sure. I'm also curious if the run will try to interact at all, or if it's just very much just two ships in the edge of night, kind of like going past each other, seeing who can go faster.
There is the possibility, since you know there's going to be basically nothing on the main central servers, of you just going for it and saying, I'm going to play a deep dive early and try and score one as fast as possible.
For sure, yep.
We'll see where this goes, though. Obviously, you'd rather just do them all in one turn, but let's see. Right. Drawing up, now at 8 cards in hand, so needs to play something or discard. You're going to get the free mags install, although you don't have a ton of money right now. That's the biggest issue currently, just not having any money. Coalescence gets you a little bit of money, but not a ton. Coalescence does get you into spec work, though, which is always nice. But once again, you are on such a fast clock here. You don't have any plan to contest what's on the board, so you don't have any plan to slow down that way. So you are just on an immediate clock of this is going to happen to you soon, and you're up against someone who can absolutely calculate how quickly that can be done. Another,
Yes.
oh wow, another Nuka going through entire deck just as fast as possible.
That's crazy, yeah. At this point, we've drawn through like 20 cards of our deck, yeah. At this rate, maybe we'll draw in 2 more turns, we'll have the whole deck, and then we can combo, but we shall see.
Let's see what we lose here. My guess is we'll see a Coalescence installed for the money, but I'm not sure.
I've never actually seen this runner combo deck do its thing. I'm kind of curious, with the running hots, do you need also like deep dives on the reading right shares and like also a stone chip to draw the deep dives to make sure they don't get hit by core damage?
I believe you do want the stone chips out. I'm not entirely sure what the plan is. My thought is that it's have stone chips on the board, have the deep dives in the read right, but I'm not entirely sure. All right, we are throwing away a Mayfly, a Sure Gamble, a VRcation, a Simul chip. Lots of good cards, but we are installing the Coalescence as expected, just for a little bit of money.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's
It is
more
noteworthy that the
cards and
restriction.
servers. Therefore, it's just every single turn you threaten a little bit more of this, and it's just a little bit more of I can draw my entire deck and get every single dollar I could possibly want. It's worrying, especially because, like, I mean, you're going for the deep dive combo, but for all you know, 34 could just be she could just be saying, okay, those are all agendas on the board. I know you're
Yeah,
not touching them. Here's 3 agendas sitting on the board. Go for it.
yeah, also true. Yeah, if we know they're going for deep dive combo, we can definitely put gems on the board and they will not check them, and that can also kind of disrupt this combo.
Janinator potentially having connection issues. We did learn earlier that Janinator is playing this tournament on a laptop out of a moving car. So at any moment, depending on where Janinator is located, could drive into a tunnel and then immediately be stuck for about a minute or so. Grabbing the money on Coalescence and immediately playing Ritual for more card draw. Going through entire deck just as fast as possible. Desperate here.
Yeah, definitely.
Desperate.
Um, I think if uninteracted with, probably in 1 to 2 turns, which is probably gonna make a combo happen.
Yeah.
But we'll see exactly kind of how fast this clock happens.
I think you have 2 more turns at most here.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Which, if either way, the thing is, no matter what happens in this game, I'm going to get to see a combo that I haven't seen yet pulled off, because I haven't seen the PD combo, because I haven't been watching as many tournaments recently. So either way, I get to enjoy this game, even if one of the players might have a more rough time. There is a stone chip on the board, so can potentially try and do something next turn, although you are counting on a very lucky draw with it, depending on how you do this. That's another thing about this combo, is that what you hit with the your... Oh, hold on. A double clearance? Is it going to give the clicks back? Giving the click back. That's worrying. Is this it? YDL? Does not look like it.
No, yeah, I don't think the runners in any other corp's not in any real rush to make a combo happen. They don't have to take as many risks because they know that they can also probably have a few more turns before the runner can actually try and combo them.
There is one benefit that the runner does have, which is the runner can gamble for this. The big danger to your combo is that Running Hot could potentially trash another Running Hot, or could trash a deep dive. However, you can also just say, go for it, and like play the Running Hot and count on your own luck to stop that from happening.
Yeah,
At a
definitely.
certain point.
Also curious, has the runner ever clicked to draw this game? I feel like they've been using they have the Nuka and Ritual and all these things
I
to
do not think
speed
the
through the
runner has
deck.
clicked the draw once, which is exactly what you want to not be doing here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Does this list only have one YDL? Let's see. I believe, yeah, this is the only YDL in the deck. So
Install
currently,
Renuka, immediately drawing. We probably want to see at least one more stone ship before we pull this combo up, I am guessing.
that does make sense. Yeah, so this spin doctor will likely have to fetch this YDL back, or maybe a sim reset to get it back, because that is the one big econ card for the combo turn.
Also potentially looking for just going through the entire stack as quickly as possible.
Yes, yeah.
I'm going to play spec work, blowing up your own read-write share, getting rid of a Nanook and a pinhole threading, presumably.
I'm not sure if the runner can necessarily win next turn, but probably in 2 turns the runner can also have a shot at winning. Though at this rate, they're going to be forced to try and combo off next turn, given that the corp will probably win.
The HP is going a bit slow. I think the HP might be... I think Witches might be saying, well, I'm safe this turn for the last two things. I'm guessing this might be the last turn, though, that this might be it. We'll see.
This makes sense, yeah. It's definitely in the wrong possibility that Witches has the combo here for next turn. Yeah, we shall see.
Also, for the record, this is not the end of the top cut. This is the third game away from finals.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Are we going to see it? Humanoid resources.
So likely one more setup turn then.
Interesting, because I feel like with the buffer drive on the board, that might be it for Oh, but putting something onto
Yeah.
HQ means you are going to have to get to the nuke now. So that does mean that you putting something there means you are going to be able to stop the runner is going to have to get that nuke and pay to go through this, which could prevent the combo turn just depending on how much money it costs.
Yeah, for sure. The credits seem to be a limitation because you have to play 3 running hots as well as all the deep dives. Only 7 credits. You might not be able to do this all in one turn.
I think Janinator might be doing some math now, trying to figure out, okay, can I do this given what are the possible pieces of ice? How much does it cost to go through them? Like, let's take a look at this.
Does the Nook break
Ablative
every item?
barrier, that's one. That's basically
Hmm.
nothing. Ablative barrier can't. What can ablative barrier install? Well, it can't install anything because there's nothing is scored right now. Drafter is honestly, I'm not even sure something you care about. It does
Mm,
let the corp get something, but if you're going for the combo turn, I think you might just let it fire. Uh, Otherwise, it's
yeah,
going to cost with Nanook. Drafter is going to cost, let's see, at 3, so it's going to cost 2 credits.
sure.
Um, Scatterfield is what is the text on Scatterfield again?
4 strength and 1 relevant sub and the run. Well, if you don't cut the
Yep.
install.
So it's going to be the only piece of ice, so it's going to have 4 strength. So you're going to have to spend you're going to have to spend at least 3 credits to get through it with a nuke. Oh boy, okay. Immediately going for it, and it's that is maybe the worst possible option here. Or that is the worst possible thing to see.
Yeah.
Especially because even just letting this fire still lets the corp draw a card, and get a card out of archives.
So there's so many
Shuffling
chairs
cards
at
back into
normal.
the stack, using the rewrite share. Okay, so it looks like we are going for it then.
This makes sense, yeah. I think this is the last turn the Rudder has, realistically, to
All right,
try and close this game.
let's see how this goes. Now, that is once again the worst possible option because the nuke does cost. You're gonna have to spend 3 to break that, and you're still gonna have to let something fire. So you're gonna have
Yeah.
probably let the shuffle 1 card from archives into R&D fire because that's not the worst thing for you. It decreases your odds slightly, but it's better than letting the corp draw a card, I believe. No, going to let the corp draw a card. All right. That does bring Janinator now down to 3 total credits. So keeping track of these credits is going to be very important as we go forward.
Yes.
All
So
right,
it's like one
and
running
finish it.
hot.
So no agenda there. Seeing an agenda here would definitely help.
Yep.
Excuse me. All right.
I'm curious how they're trying to resolve this credit situation. Because at this rate, I don't think they can, even with 1 dive, they cannot steal 7 points.
There's a few potential things that you have just to. I'm not sure. I'm curious to see where this potentially goes.
Yeah.
Definitely, just decided to send it. There's a chance also that where this might have gone is that there's also a chance that where this went is that Janinator just said, "Well, this is it anyways. I'm just gonna send it no matter what."
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
Has to play the running hot here most likely because if for some reason there's the 5/3 in archives, you can't steal it if you see it.
Okay, so this is for the credits. But
Yep.
then,
Getting 2 credits. Here comes a running hot, presumably.
yep.
Yep. Running hot. Suffers 1 core damage to play running hot. What did we lose? We lost a ritual. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Going into archives and seeing a neurospike makes sense.
Okay.
2 clicks remaining. Losing the ritual is rough because it is a way to get like a ton of card draw after this, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure what. You have 2 deep dives right now. but you don't have
Yeah,
enough clicks for them.
exactly, right? Because you do need clicks, especially for the Melia's luxury lines. You will need more clicks than just a deep dive. Another running
You do
hot.
get okay, getting the running hot back. Interesting. Also using stone ship. Playing the running hot. What did we lose? We lost
And
Hannah. Okay.
okay,
Deep dive. Finding outlet
good
of fully
point.
operational. Send a message. Just one send a message, and that's it. Send a message is not bad here, though. That's one of the things you need.
It is possible.
Now
So
here, okay, so you can take a click and then deep dive again if the last card is if the last card in your hand is deep dive. If you got that
yeah,
lucky, then this is your thing.
well, they've drawn a
It
lot, so
is.
we have
Oh my
gotten
gosh. Okay, there's a send a message. No third send a message.
no third.
Oh, so close. 6 points.
Pretty close, yeah.
Well
I don't have
done,
any
well
agendas
done.
here
But
in R&D. I feel like there also may not have been enough agendas in R&D necessarily to have won purely by dives alone, given how many cards the corp has drawn to.
could be that those agendas are on the table. They could be anyways. But you saw your combo turn and you went for it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that
And
makes
now
sense.
you are out of options.
Yeah, we'll have to try to find the third send a message here, but we do not know where that will be.
34 witches had exactly the money and time needed to keep you out of there. Very rough.
I know it's true, yes. I believe this is the last option, yes. You'll have to hope there's one last Sam in there.
Oh, here we go. Finding the third send a message in R&D. Yeah, that's a good point. You could just find it here. Let's see it.
Oh,
Oh, hold
just
on.
checking the board. Maybe there's an agenda we can get through. Nice.
That's a good point. You could just try and find it on the board.
I'm not sure any ice will let
I mean,
you. You'll either end the run or you can use a drafter, and drafter can overinstall the
yeah, that's the
agenda.
thing is Drafter could overinstall what's in that server. Like,
Yeah, that one.
that doesn't... The Drafter is just going to put a humanoid resources in there. That's actually... Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm. We'll see, though.
Um, yeah, I believe all the ice does either end the run or is a drafter. Yeah. Yeah, so Witches is just letting them know that this.
Can overinstall us in the message. Okay, so we might be seeing this not happen, actually.
Yeah, okay.
34 informing of that. All right, we going back to R&D?
I think it's back to
Let's see
R&D.
the R&D. Let's see the win off of the top card of R&D.
Let's take a look.
Or worse, let's see checking what's in the deck. Let's see the Megacities luxury line on top of R&D for ultimate heartbreak.
That would also be very tragic.
Yep.
The way Witches is talking, I'm feeling maybe there may not be, but we shall see.
You never know.
Um,
It was not. That was not the game.
fair. Well, now we get to see this this combo turn.
All right, let's see it happen. All right. First, playing fully operational to draw every single card in the deck,
Yep. Step
or at
one,
least
draw the
something
deck.
close to it.
Yep.
Yeah, you do only need to score one agenda plus a neurospike here. So,
Oh yeah, that will do as well.
oh yeah. Wait. Oh yeah. Okay, and then this gives you the click back, and then you just use that to
neurospike.
neurospike.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, sure.
Well done. Well done.
Very clean. Yeah.
Fun to see the possibility, but well done playing the Slepiner. That was a very good play. Kept the runner out perfectly.
Yep.
Well done by 4 Witches. All right, so Witches will go on to the next round. Let's see. Ah, and there was the send a message
agendas, yeah,
behind a
on-
fly swatter.
On the board. Yeah.
All right. Well, so with that, Witches will go on to play against Leah in the next round. we will go to a very short break and then come back with that game as soon as we have it. Be right back. Hello, and we're back for the lower bracket finals of the tournament. We have maybe the matchup of the matchup, the expected matchup at the end. Second to last, Jai will still hoping to see that Nuvum, but for now we have Lou versus Melees.
Yes, maybe the
Exactly
two
what we've
best
been
decks
seeing
in
a
the
lot.
format.
Yeah. I don't know the best decks in the format, but certainly the most popular.
Yes, yes.
Melee is on Measured. Measured and Spin Doctor, the only things you're doing for influence, with lots of Regenesis. A rough thing we've already seen from Leah. The we've already seen this deck perform very well. And then Witches on Audrey Lou. It's got Echelon, it's got a Game Dragon, it's got one Airblade, it's got two Hermes, it's got it's a bunch of tools to potentially really hurt or
Yes.
let's
There are many variants to both
go
Melius
take a
and to
look.
Lou. I think this Lou is a little more teched 4 assets with the 2 Audreys, 3 Gourmands, and a Hannah.
Yep.
And yeah, this Melius is I believe, the big splat Melius with playing Regenesis and Measured Response. Yeah.
The Lou is also running Eye for an Eye, which is maybe that's a popular card to run in Lou, but I haven't seen that card in so long. All
Yes,
right,
I believe
let's
it's
see how this
actually
goes.
tech for the combo PD matchup. So
Oh, makes
yeah.
sense. All right, see how this goes. So, first off, the most important thing about playing Melees, of course, revealing that you are playing the 3 hidden faces of Melees.
Yes, yes.
Someday a 4th hidden face will be printed, and it'll be a beautiful moment. Starting off with a Hansei review. Locking up HQ.
Makes sense.
Reasonable start. Not immediately pressuring the runner, but this isn't neither of these players are playing combo. You don't have to be immediately like, I'm on a timer. You are. That's how tempo works, but you don't have to be immediately scared of it.
Yes. One of the strengths of this melee specifically is because it's under Genesis. Eventually, you make your remote, you start jamming things in the remote, random things, and kind of force the runner to respect Regenesis every single turn. And that can also lead to various forks that line with measured response as well. So
Well, what's the name of that runner list? That runner list is called Jai Lu Tweaked.
yes, yes.
Which runner is this?
Uh,
Now, let's see. So putting down a Gachapon. Yeah. Not both players taking a turn to get set up. It's wild to see a game where both players can take a turn to easily get set up after the previous game.
yes, it'll also be a wide deviation from that. I believe this will be a much slower game, and we'll see exactly what happens.
Already thinking very carefully.
Yeah.
There's so much you have to be careful about in a game like this. Even when it feels like the game has barely started, there's still so much going on.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think also looking at the lists of note on the corp side, the code gates are all very nasty for Buzzsaw to break. I think they're all 5 strength except for the one fly swatter. So even with Game Dragon, it will be pretty rough to get through all these pretty expensive code gates.
Corp Mole, let me check real quick. It looks like Corp did not mole. Corp kept. Runner did mole.
Hmm.
All right. Hedge fund. Symbol just drawn to hedge fund. Could be a very slow start from the corp,
Yeah, I think they're gauging how
especially
kind of how
for a
fast
keep. Curious
works.
what's going on there.
Popping Gacha Fermenter makes sense.
Finding a fermenter, removing an Audrey from the game.
I don't think Audrey will be super useful here, so that makes sense. And then putting down Hannah. Mm.
Well, you want a way to start doing things.
Yes, that's true.
Hannah versus Spin Doctor always makes me double check that Hannah's ability says if it was unsuccessful and not if it was not successful.
Yep.
I check that every single time I see Hannah versus Spin Doctor.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Just setting
Second
up.
Gachapon.
Hmm.
Lots of money, but both players very slow to set up here. Both have a lot of money, although some of 34's money is in that fermenter. It's still a lot of money.
Yes. I think now we're gonna start posing some threats, kind of making the runner guess, is there
Yes.
Genesis?
All right. Now it begins. Here is the Regenesis threat. It could be here right now.
Exactly. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, this is an interesting decision point. Do we want some breakers down? Do we want more fermenters? How long can we afford to set up for a move to contest?
Rising Tide is a solid breaker, but it only deals with barriers, so you're taking a gamble. Those are barriers. Audrey is very good, but Audrey needs something to be trashed to start doing things. So you're taking a gamble that like you can run R&D and find something you can trash off the top.
Hmm.
Fermenter's just money. Who doesn't love money?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We also don't know what's in hand. There could be an Audrey sitting in hand waiting to be played or something. See.
I believe the list is only on two Audreys. One removed and then one of the Gachapon.
Taking the Rising Tide. Alright, so potentially taking the gamble that one of these is a barrier.
Yeah.
This is also, is the, hang on, let me check something real quick. Is the, okay, there's not a Semaximum, so we don't need to worry about the having a barrier breaker down. But still, removing a second Audrey, is there, how many Audreys are in this deck?
Look at us
There's
both.
only two Audreys. Okay, so we are getting rid of the Audreys entirely, so giving up on that plan.
Okay.
Going for normal breakers.
Space checking. Wow.
Oh,
Face check.
well, that's one of the worst face checks you could possibly see.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
The one silver lining is that the corporal is a little poorer now, but I mean, at this point, I think the running board gets
Yeah.
pretty rough. Yeah.
So you are going to, let's go through this. Trash one installed runner card. Probably, I would guess the Fermenter. But
Yeah, makes sense.
the Rising Tide is also pretty useful, honestly. Especially because I'm not sure how many of those there are. Or is the deck running two? Yeah, the deck is running two. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, trash the Fermenter, probably. Gonna get to deal 3 net damage and give the runner 2 tags. And then get to force the runner to take 2 more tags to be on 4 tags.
Yeah. While
Is
there's
this deck
no
running any tag punishment?
no hard and fast tag punishment, but I believe this Lou wants to stick a twinning eventually, and with all this
Yes.
tag floating, that will be very difficult.
Cloud Eater card is beautiful. I love Snake.
It
We're
is pretty
choosing to
good.
trash the Fermenter. Yep. And now going to give the runner 2 more tags for 4 tags. Oof. We'll see what's in the server. I mean, if this is a Regenesis, you don't feel the worst about this. I think 34 Witch is trying to decide if maybe you just let a second card get trashed at this point.
Yeah, interesting calculus. Do you
Let's see what
want
you lost. Oh, wait. Let's see what we lost. We lost Hermes, Gourmand. Ooh, the Gourmand is rough.
one?
And an Echelon. Ooh. Echelon is very rough here, especially because the Echelon, I mean, that's one of the interesting things about Audrey here is that while Audrey's not great against it either, Echelon feels so bad against a Cloud Eater. If this is a bite,
Yeah,
that is very funny. Nope, it is a
okay.
Regenesis, so you are getting the point.
I did find it.
Now, if you really wanted to, you could gamble really hard and just run on Archives.
You could,
Or
though
deciding not to.
you may die to measured, which is also the other fork.
Well, you would have to see 2 measured. And I
Oh
like to
yeah,
live
sure.
dangerously. I think it's
That's
fun.
fair. Yeah, yeah.
See where this goes.
Yeah, at this point, there's only one more echelon in the entire deck, and with two Gachapons gone, it may be hard to find this card.
Yeah, finding your breakers is going to be rough for 34 here. With so many cards, so many important cards gone, 2 tags, so much lost at this point.
Yeah, we'll see how they recover. Ring tags for the daily casts.
Learning tags, playing a daily cast. Very, very slow recovery, but you are getting back in it here.
Yeah. Yeah, the econ is very actually resource based. It's all companions, daily casts. Yeah.
install advance. So that is almost certainly a Charlotte. However, the Charlotte is going to start pushing the deck forward. This is a
Yeah,
rough place to be in as the Lou. You need time to recover, and you don't have time because at any moment the Corp is threatening to score out a Regenesis and be at measured kill level.
okay, so just pushing a 5/3,
Uh-oh.
maybe.
We might just be pushing out a 5/3 here. Or
Yeah,
worse, a
because the Corp is
Sisyphus.
because the runner's just really just like setting up, and they have no really means to pressure. Makes sense. Kind of just going fast right now. Yeah, I guess we can kind of slow cook it. Doesn't need to be pushed out right away because the runner still can't get it next turn likely. I believe the upgrade's guaranteed to be void because I don't believe there are any other upgrades in this deck.
Getting a Gourmand out. Gourmand's pretty good here. Also, definitely the air blades feel great because that lets you potentially just survive through a lot of icebreakers. Okay, scoring out send a message and rezzing a Boto. So Boto is breakable, but we aren't at strength yet, so this is a little bit more doable with the Rising Tide. You are able to contest it a little bit more. For example,
Yeah,
this turn, could just say, I'm going to get into archives and I'm going to check that no matter what.
this makes sense because we know there's
Especially with that sure gamble.
we know there is an agenda in archives because the Genesis was set up a while ago and the archives actually never got flipped. So yeah, maybe the mark
Looks
is
like
on.
we are going to pressure it, so we're going to head to the Boto, break everything on it, not letting the core not taking 2 damage.
Oh,
Finding a Fuji. Okay. So
okay.
this is the one danger. You can prevent the damages, which is really nice, but you are now at measured tier. Now we did see one measured in archive, so we're safe from at least one. And you can at this point just pop the fermenter and be safe. So 34's not in the worst place given that.
Yeah, you can survive double measured. Okay.
I'm kind of surprised that Leah went for the res on the Boto, given that, because it feels very much like it's saying, come on into this server. When there is the barrier breaker out, that you're just kind of saying, yeah, go for it. You're good.
Let's do.
Ooh,
Oh,
okay, running into an Atini.
because I was
You
intrigued the mark was on HQ and not
don't
archives, especially as the
have...
first.
Wait a minute.
Oh, we just.
Okay. Finding a single Tatubola, but you don't have the ability to survive 2 measured anymore.
Oh, Ramon can eat
Okay,
it,
go on. Yeah, never mind.
and they can't
Growing up.
technically two measured on.
Choosing not to pop the fermenter and going to let this go instead. Well,
Yeah.
we could see the end of the game here. It's very unlikely because you would have to have seen all 3 of them and have 2 of them in hand, but it could happen.
I think yeah, there is a agenda in HQ likely, right? Because at least let's put in HQ and not archives with the with the push.
Choosing
Could
to
we?
purge. Interesting. Runner now on 7 credits. I mean, Runner doesn't have a ton of options as a thing. You don't have any other breakers out yet, and you're not getting through that Cloud Eater or that Atini without losing a lot. The Charlotte plus the Lacosta does mean you have a lot of time to set up and just let things fire and gain money, gain cards, build up.
Yeah, definitely.
Also, I'd like to say these players have been very good about just getting into the next round basically as soon as the previous one ends, which has been very nice, but also means that my Slay the Spire game is still unstarted. So, shame on you for making me unable to try and increase my ascension levels. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Yeah, for such like a really rough start with a Cloud Eater face check, the runner's actually not a bad spot right now, I'd say. It's not terrible. It's not like the best, but it's not terrible either, I would
It's
say.
you really really need to find more breakers. I feel like you need to get some more stuff on the field, and I'm really worried about the Cloud Eater honestly because you do not have a way through that. With Echelon is not going to get you through.
Yeah.
I play random runs for the record. Cold Lava. I just do random and then see how it goes. All right, let's. What's next? Spin Doctor, resing and installing a Spin Doctor, and then putting something in there and trashing the Charlotte. All right, potentially threatening to score something. I'm not sure what. Okay, threatening another Regenesis. However, yeah, well, okay, threatening the Regenesis with the Spin Doctor. That's the answer. Yeah.
It
I
could
was
be
I was a little
true.
bit like, why are you doing this? Because it's not safe. But no, the Spin Doctor does make it safe again. So we'll see if that goes anywhere.
This could just be a 5-3 too, right? With the
Yeah.
Lacosta and the Anarch
However,
Void.
the 5-3 is dangerous because if that gets stolen, that's just game. That's the biggest issue right now is that 34 is currently on game point. If anything happens that goes down badly, that's it.
Yes, this is true. Though I believe we know the upgrade is Anarch Void on the remote because there could be. I don't think there are any other upgrades in this Corp deck.
Lots of big things. That's the thing is you can push through the Cloud Eater. Like it is possible. It's rough, but it's very possible. However, if you push through it, you're losing important stuff. You can only really do it once. And there is the Anoetic Void, which can potentially keep you out afterwards, which is really rough. That is backbreaking there, especially because you're never going to have a good way through that because your only remaining thing is Echelon, which is never good at breaking a Cloud Eater.
Yeah, Cloud is very rough into this specific setup with Lou. Mm.
All right, lots of big things here. We'll see where this goes.
Yeah, at this point, do you think you just kind of pivot to maybe central servers and try to find like a random access win from there, given how their remote is going?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what exactly you go for here because you have the chance to do it with the points. Like you have the points. The one other thing is any run does potentially start a measured trigger. All right,
Yeah.
going to shuffle something back in. Smart play to run on the Spin Doctor because you do then prevent the uh you are no longer in danger of losing to a Regenesis, and you didn't actually trigger a measured because the run wasn't technically successful. So you
Yes.
don't have to worry about that. Very good point. Playing a Tungsten Tailor. Huh.
Hmm.
That helps, I guess, but not a ton of plans. Ooh, scoring out a Sisyphus. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's real rough. The only thing that doesn't help with really is archives because now both you can never go through that Cloud Eater now because it's 6 damage. You can't go
Yeah,
through the
that's pretty
Atini, it's six
brutal.
damage. You have to now get your breakers down or else you don't have any way to move forward. This makes it pretty safe for Leah to basically push out anything. However, you still don't necessarily want to push out a well, once you get the Anoetic down, you're pretty much safe to push anything.
Yeah.
Until that, you're still technically have a way of losing if you did say put down a 3-4-5 in there and just went for it and then it blew up.
I believe if Leah finds any agendas, she will just push the next turn. Because I don't see a way the runner can really get through this remote. They'd have to pinhole the void first and then try and get there, but even then seems kind of rough.
Also Sisyphus, a very, very fun play there because it's the one thing that doesn't lose the game if the runner goes and takes it.
Yes, yes, also
Yeah,
true.
I didn't even consider that, but this is something that if the runner went and grabbed it, you don't even lose the game. It's just only more points lost.
Yeah.
See where this goes.
Yeah, this may be one of the runner's last turns. We shall see. I
There's a
also
lot
need,
of ways to potentially pressure out, but you do still need one more protection, or else you could just lose to drawing up the six and sending it. I don't know. On the other hand, you could also just say there's no way the runner's going to drop the six and send it.
yeah, I mean, yeah, the runner could draw 6 Um,
You also can't technically do a Regenesis play because Archives is still technically porous.
yes.
Yeah, we are coming up on time. Do need to
Cool.
go a little bit. Need to be a little bit careful here.
Um, is the timer on Jinteki wrong when it says ends in X34?
Hmm.
Or yeah.
Yeah, 17 minutes remaining.
Okay, yeah, there
Apparently.
should be. Yeah.
Yeah. Big think then. All right, lots more thinking.
I think also purging is a consideration too, because the runner econ is pretty shot right now. And with two Shrigrambles gone, like, if we purge, I'm not sure. If we want to take it slower, that may be in consideration. Do we know what the card in server 2 is? The FaceTime?
No, we do not know what it is, but I believe that it was there from before, so it can't be anything.
Yeah. Mm.
Lots of time to think here. If anybody has any recommendations for cool Slay the Spire 2 mods, I'll take them. That's what I'm probably going to be looking at for a bit. We wait out this game, wait out the large planning for exactly what can be done here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not a ton that we can do aside from consider what could be there. And in archives, only one measured. That's measured a Tatubola, Charlotte, and a Hansai. Very little. Runner side has a lot in archives. A lot fewer options on the runner side, but still have all breakers potentially. If you do lose the Rising Tide though, that is it. That is your last Rising Tide. So who knows?
Yeah. Okay, we are putting something in there. Using R&D. Using that too. Okay. There's no threat to win the game next turn, because that can't be... I think all the units are either 5/3s or Genesis, and neither of
Yeah,
those
there's
can be...
no way to instantly score it out with a Lacosta, but there is potentially a lot of threats of like you just can't get in here. Smart
Yeah.
to ice up those two servers. It's the two safest, it's the two dangerous spots potentially. If that is a 5-3, putting something there means you can potentially keep the runner out.
Twinning. Okay.
Playing a twinning, I'm not sure about the twinning. Like, we're late enough in the game that I don't think you're going to get a good chance to do anything with that. It could potentially let you sweep hand, or potentially get you into something in R&D.
Yeah. Oh no, also the runner probably has some steel skins in hand, because only one steel skin's RFG'd. The remaining two actually haven't we haven't seen them yet. So likely they could also give some damage prevention.
Let's see. Leah drawing. This is potentially, as the runner, your very last turn after this, because there is now one counter on whatever's in that server. If that is a 5-3, next turn it can be scored out. So this is your one chance to actually contest it.
Yeah. 'Cause if this Charlotte had been rezzed already, likely. So it probably is an agenda. Or maybe a sneaky bite. But
The other thing
um,
that's really scary about there being an upgrade in that server is that that could be the Anoetic, and if that's the Anoetic, you're never getting in that server. It's not possible.
yes, I believe Anoetics are the only upgrade in Leah's deck. So I
Okay,
believe, yeah, we know that for this
so
Anoetic.
then that is definitely an Anoetic, which means there is no way for 34 to get into that deck. So long as Leah has 2 credits and 2 cards in hand, you can res the Anoetic, you can force 34 through the Cloud Eater twice. Well, hang on, let's see. So it would cost you would have to spend, yeah, so 3 credits and 2 cards you can force through the Cloud Eater 3 times in one turn, and 9 net damage. You're not going to get to 9 cards in time, I do not think, no matter what. So that
Yeah,
server is pretty safe,
yeah, I would
basically,
agree.
period. I have a feeling that Leah is just very carefully weighing, do I have enough money to still do that? Do I have enough money to make sure, what are all of the possible things in my opponent's deck? Is there anything that could surprise me?
Yeah, I think the two things are one, in theory, with steel skins, maybe they can get to 9 cards and survive it. I think the other thing is more realistic is if they put down a Hermes and they still agenda, maybe they can bounce it. Actually, I'm not sure about that. Likely, if they still agenda, they will win the game.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm not
think the
sure about that
biggest
one.
fear here is just like, if a run on R&D happens, given what I have there, can the runner potentially find a way to get in? And if so, do I still have, can I spend enough money? Is there, given the amount of money I will have to spend to keep the runner out of R&D, will I also be able to keep the runner out of server 2?
Yes,
Like,
I
what
think
are
that's the
all the
key.
possible tools that could happen that could pressure both of those in one turn? And can I safely defend against both?
Yeah, that makes sense. Showing up archives. Oh, because the void could
Interesting.
be pinholed, I suppose, through archives.
Oh, wait, hold on. Saying MB, not sure what that is. That immediately registers to me as my bad, but I assume
I
that's
think
not.
it is in response to the comment on pace of play.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Definitely game was going very slowly there while yeah, thought through all possible options.
That's very. I believe they have 10 minutes left, but I think that should be more than enough. But we'll see. Um,
Now it is we're the thing is we're definitely at the last turn or so of the game, so it makes sense that players are thinking a lot here.
yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Mm. So yeah, what can witches do here if they want to either contest their moat or kind of contest R&D?
So I think the biggest thing is just the you don't know what ice there is on there. If
Hmm.
there is a big sentry, you're potentially in a lot of trouble. What could there be? You could just draw up and send it. That's one option. Oh, there's the pinhole. Okay.
Where are we pinholing?
That isn't
Is oh,
possible.
with a lot of steel skins in hand, I think we're gonna
Oh,
tank
with steel
to get
skin.
through.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, steel skin can potentially do this. Okay.
Taking 6 damage. Oh my.
All
Man.
right, so we are losing. Yeah, so we just lost one steel skin, so we're now at 3 cards in hand. And we are
Mm-hmm.
going to use the pinhole, and we're going to see the void.
Yup. There's Gourmand trashing it. We can get 2 more cards with Lou and
Now,
Gourmand.
you do have the possibility here to send the runner back through a teeny instead of sending the runner through. Going to choose to do it. Okay, here we
Yeah.
go.
It is the first time each turn, so I don't think, yeah, you have to do it on
Getting
this one.
another steel skin. With
No.
2 steel skins in hand, that does give you enough cards to potentially get through the
Yeah, we'll see
Oh
what the
wow.
server has in store.
And
What will
also getting the trigger with a melee's, correctly predicting that would happen. Well done, Leah,
yeah.
predicting the correct server for that. All right, so
Up using Gourmand to draw up.
yeah. So you do now have enough cards to potentially get in there depending on what's protecting that server. You could also like draw twice and then send it, which saves you from another Atini or something.
And then I believe this drawing twice and sending it beats everything
Oh
but
wow.
ice.
Okay, Echelon. We might have Echelon is going to be Echelon's only going to be 6. You do have enough to break the Cloud Eater now, because that's 6,
Oh,
7,
that's
8,
true.
9. Yeah, 9
Yeah,
is enough to break through the Cloud Eater. You can get in there.
I can't get in there, huh?
9 gets you in there. The real question is does it deal with whatever else is on that server? Because if there is right now you are technically possibly safe.
Okay, let's
Let's
see
see
what
what this
happens.
is. It's okay, so this will get in. You have to let the entire Cloud Eater fire, but you can get
Okay,
in with this. If this is like a Charlotte, then Leah's pulled off the perfect bluff. Otherwise, that's it.
yeah. Let's see what happens. Oh,
And
wow.
there it is. Send a message. That's the
Damn.
game. Oh, wow. The double steel skin in hand and making sure you hit all of them through the Atini. Amazing play by 34 there.
Very
Amazingly
clean.
well
Yeah,
done.
very well played by both players. Yeah,
Well
that's
done. Yeah.
really nice. Yeah,
Great play. Very fun. Oh, right. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay. With that, great ending of the game. We spent a lot of time waiting to see what was genuinely a really, really fun ending. So
yeah, yeah.
thank you
Very
for
well played.
rewarding
Yeah,
our waiting
obviously.
for that.
Mhm.
We'll be taking a very short break, and then we'll be on to the the potential final round of the tournament with the next round. Uh,
Yes.
so yeah, don't go away. We'll see you in just a second. Welcome back to the possible finals of the possible final game of the APAC Online Megacities. Well, this is potentially it. We have Jai on Nuvum. I finally get to see the Nuvum. Yay!
Yeah.
I am a Nuvum fan. I am a
Yeah.
big fan of Nuvum. So I'm glad to see Nuvum doing so well. Versus Witches on the Lu we just saw. Very good Lu. Very powerful.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, Newton's very interesting actually. Yeah, this Newton S3 cultivate, and also like yeah, in a field of I guess unfair decks with Jinteki, Melia's Outco, we see combo lists too. This is like a very fair scoring remote deck. Pretty surprising in this kind
Let's
of
take a
meta.
look at what's in it exactly. So yeah, we have I mean there's 3 measured responses, no big surprise there. What's more fun is let's see. 3 Basalt, 2 Slash and Burn, definitely still going for the fast advanced stuff. 3 Let Them Dreams, lots of the normal ice that you'd see. 3 Toxin, 3 Pharaohs, 3 Tree Line, love to see it. 3 KPI, 3 measured. A very, very normal Nuvum. The most interesting thing I'd say is doing 3 Reanimation Protocol, but yeah, this is very normal Nuvum. It's got 3 Seamless Launch, which is very much something that I know Jai likes. 1 Cultivate, which I've thought about out of Nuvum for a while, because I really wanted to make it work. Actually, no, 3 Cultivate. Awesome. I've wanted to see Cultivate work in Nuvum for a while. Love to see it. All right. As soon as we get the go-ahead from the TO, we should be starting. Am I?
Yes.
I'm not muted, right? Yeah, I'm not muted. Cool. So we're waiting on a go-ahead from the TO. At that point, we will be starting the round. But yeah,
Should be exciting.
very normal thing. Looks like both players took a mulligan, so it could be a bit rough. We'll see.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm also excited to maybe see Audrey in action. I don't know if we'll get to see because last
Potentially.
game Audrey is not a factor, but maybe this game we'll get to see Audrey do
Very
things
big
as
scary
well.
ice. Although Audrey won't help you with the potential bad pub that you're going to be getting from this Nuvum. We'll see
True.
though.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
excited
Oh,
either
nice.
way.
Ice is all very big. Yeah. Pharaohs with 3 tree lines, 3 toxin. Yeah, we'll see.
Hope everyone's having a great day, by the way. Yes, thank you, Jai. I hope we're all having a wonderful day today. Things are going great. Uh, this is a very I would talk more about the decks, but this is a deck I already know so well. Not this deck specifically, but Nuvum in general. I'm very
Mm.
aware of it. Yep. Yep. I like playing this funny deck. I'm curious to see how it holds up against the Lu. Lu we've seen, it's powerful, it'll work. What'll be interesting is if we do go through this, then Jai is going to have to. This might be Jai's big chance because if Jai doesn't win here, then they will be going up against the. They will be going up against the OTK deck, which I don't think anyone wants to go up against right now.
Yes.
Potentially might have a good plan for it, but it's still going to be miserable, basically, no matter what.
Yeah.
All
I'm not
right.
sure who's favored in this matchup, but yeah, I would say probably OTK is favored in that matchup versus Chrome.
Ooh, first turn, getting out the toxin, exactly what you want to get to see. Uh,
Flywheel, okay. And
Grabbing a
Pharaohs.
flywheel and a Pharos. Interesting. Flywheel is not the worst sentry. Um, it's interesting here because you know that the runner is only on Echelon, which probably is going to start getting through that pretty quickly. Although Echelon gets through your other breakers even faster. First turn, sure gamble, fermenter, gachapon. I like neither play. This is like neither player mulliganed. Both of them getting to
Very
do
clean.
almost
Very, very
exactly what
giving.
you want. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, Jai getting to toxin into 2 ice, and which is getting to sure gamble into 2 easy installables for Lu. Exactly what you want to see. Oh, and there's the reanimate protocol to get the toxin out early. Okay,
Oh,
you
wow.
could really start pushing something fast here. Are we gonna see it? With a seamless in hand, you can score out so fast. Immediately pulling the Gachapon here. Now, not a
Actually,
ton of stuff here. It looks like it's either going to be a Fencer or, that was what I was going to say, probably a Gourmand.
yeah.
With the Gourmand, you can definitely send it at R&D just to trash something. What I really would love to see is if Witches has an Audrey in hand. That would be the ideal thing here to start that off and be able to start using that real quickly. Might go and look for one.
Definitely,
Let's
yeah.
see. Removing the Fencer makes sense. This is an asset game, and the Steel Skin is rough. You don't have as many. You don't have as many draws without that, but still doable. Rising
I
Tide, and then are we gonna send it with the Gourmand, or are we gonna save it for later? Oh, might have clicked the wrong card.
don't know. We're just drawing first.
Drawing first. Okay, makes sense. All right. Oh, it's just an anthill. Still, getting an anthill out early is still great. Any sort of thing, getting something out behind a toxin early always feels good.
Yes.
All right. See where this goes next. Toxin also just feels pretty good because I believe this deck is on Buzzsaws. And there's a Buzzsaw with no leash and only a Game Dragon means the Toxin's always going to be a fair bit to break.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
good
always
card. I love it.
yeah.
I hope you're enjoying the sounds of the fireworks coming through the barely through my mic in the background as people make bad choices. Jai with the second Toxin. Let's go. I love Toxin.
Yeah.
Getting an Event Horizon and a Tree Line here.
And
Tree
tree line.
Line, both really good is the thing. Event Horizon, you can put that on server 1 and no one is getting into server 1. Tree Line card usually want to put on a Pharos, and I don't know if any of these are Pharoses yet. We'll see.
Yeah, I
But
think traditionally it's like Newtham's remote is pretty strong generally, but usually you lose through leaking centrals. Is that accurate from your understanding of Newtham?
the problem is that I'm not good at Newfam. But I think it is easy to accidentally leak on Newfam.
Yeah.
Putting another ice out there. Okay, I'm guessing that that is the event horizon there. Because that server is now just incredibly locked down tight.
Yeah.
Ooh, the Audrey with the Gourmand and the Anthill.
Right.
That's rough with the pinhole. This is exactly what you wanted here.
Yup.
Cheap trash. You have the Audrey counter. You can now run R&D or HQ. You can get whatever's in there trashed without fear because you have the Audrey. Even if you don't, you can wait until later and you can start that chain. That's the biggest danger with Audrey is that chain of using it to get in and trash something, getting another counter on it, etc., etc.
Yeah, for sure. And Jai's currently, we'll see if it changes soon, but Jai's currently not that rich in terms of credits,
Yeah.
which may be, yeah.
See where this goes. Installing advance.
Okay.
Yep.
That makes sense. Yeah, if we have Event Horizon on the server, probably can't get in this turn.
Jai doesn't have a ton of cash. Petty cash. That's what petty cash is for. Resing a flywheel. Love to see it here. I mean, you can spend the Audrey counter if you want to get past this, but you're just spending it to prevent the corp from drawing two. Finding a reanimation protocol, trashing it with the Gourmand, gaining a lot of card draw and tempo from that, but it's not enough to get through the. This is not enough to get through that event horizon.
Actually, could we in theory? Actually, no, yeah, we can't.
Yeah. So you are going to give up this agenda, whatever it is,
Yeah.
this turn, which is what this deck wants to do. It just wants to score out as fast as possible. That twinning's going to be good so long as we can get something down and to start charging it, and I assume that's what the Gachapon is going to be for. Right, here we go.
What happens? Seamless.
All right. Seamless. Now, having played Nuvum, I can say one thing, which is that you want this to be Basalt Spire, because scoring a Basalt Spire does in fact win you the game. Not actually, but it is the best card in your deck. And there's the Basalt Spire. Having a Basalt
Okay.
Spire makes everything so much better as Nuvum.
Yeah, and now we can threaten to be another
Yep.
Basalt Spire. So we have Seamless in the bin, so we
You are
could
now
like,
threatening to instantly score again from that server, because on your next turn, you can return Seamless to hand, play
yeah,
Seamless, then return it to hand again by staggering when you do the return to hands and doing one of them on the runner's turn. And the thing is, the runner still does not have a way into this server. We are seeing with the Gachapon, daily casts, Fermenter, Gachapon, Hermes, Steelskin, and Sure Gamble. Ooh, that is really rough to see. None of
yeah,
those are what you want. Fermenter can potentially get you a lot of money that you could use to deal with things, but we still need. The thing is, Toxin is going to require 2 counters, and so
mm,
is Event Horizon, and so is the second run through on Toxin. You need another breaker.
yeah. Things are getting a little dicey out here. Maybe we
Running on
find agenda to
archives.
bin.
Now this is interesting because there's a chance you might have been throwing agendas in there. Nothing in archives.
Nothing there. Okay.
Jai's machine working perfectly. Now, what else is the other thing that's really fun is you don't actually need all of the credits to do this. Like,
Yeah.
this is a fun detail of this. You can do this. You can res the event horizon and still fire this. Res the event
Oh,
horizon.
yeah.
I assume that we will.
Forcing the rest, I assume, and then just bouncing by paying
Yeah, I
3.
assume you're just gonna pay 3 and then bounce. Because Jai can in fact play the thing, use it to mill a card, and then play it again using the milled money. It's dangerous. Like, I'm not sure it's the right play, but it is something that you can do, and it's really fun.
Yeah.
It puts you at 0 credits. It's the sort of see, this is the sort of gamble that I would always take because I can, because it's cool, and that's
Yes.
often not a good idea. Let me check Jai's deck list real quick. Is it running? Okay, there is 1 green mail. So at that point, you are threatening out, like, score out a green mail instantly win. I would only really consider doing that, honestly, at this point, if this is another Basalt Spire and you immediately get all of your counters back. Because in that point, you could do anything, and you're threatening every horrible thing you can think of again.
There also are 2 slash and burns, but only 1 3 2 we see above the law.
True, true.
You can have it.
All right.
What's gonna happen?
Let's see where this is going. Jai's turn. Uh, saying, well, make him have it. We're
Come
doing
on.
it! Let's go.
This is very, very fast. Yeah, this is. Yeah.
Seamless. Then
Advance?
no, then you return the seamless to the top. Oh, KPI. Okay.
Okay, for money. So this is like.
Place 1 and gain 2, and then are we gonna return the seamless to play it again? No, scoring out an above the law. Wow, and trashing twinning
Oh my
and
god,
putting
again
another
there.
card at the server. If this is another seamless, you could potentially win here, especially because you do have a lot of 4-2s in your deck, and scoring those is possible with seamless. Oh, I love this. I love this so much.
Oh
I
my,
love going
this is
fast. I love
this is pretty
Nuvum.
absurd.
I'm sorry that I'm
Wow.
so biased in favor of Nuvum, but I love Nuvum.
No, no, that's fair, but yeah,
34 has
wow,
done an
this is
amazing job this tournament, and I'm very proud of her. It's been very, very. She's done an amazing job. But let's see where this
this is a
goes.
blazingly fast start. What is this?
Yeah,
It's like turn 5, turn 6? Yeah, oh my.
and there are some ways out of this potentially if you can find a code gate breaker. Like, I don't know if a buzzsaw saves you because it costs so much to break, but it could potentially do it.
Oh, yeah.
There's also the possibility, there's a very funny possibility here of just running HQ and letting it fire.
Mm.
And if you
Oh,
see something that you can trash, you then have the money, you then have an extra counter which you can use to get through Toxin twice.
it's
Um,
very. I
because
think
you
maybe
only need
Hermes.
6 credits to get through the event horizon. You don't have a way through that final piece of ice though, so it's a huge gamble. Like anything you do here is a pretty huge gamble. A gourmand would help a lot, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think also Hermes, if we have it, could be useful so that we can
Hermes
like
is,
actually
yeah,
target.
Hermes is always an option to just play Hermes. We did see a Hermes go into the bit. No, we did not. But Hermes, getting that down, you could just return it to hand. Then you don't have to worry about it being scored.
Yeah,
Not sure where we'll go here.
it is for sure tricky. Yeah, wonder how we can even diffuse this.
I think my best bet would be to just send it through the flywheel, even though I think that will probably end up losing you the game. It's also the other thing about it is it's really fun.
True. Let's run R&D, right? R&D is basically unlikely to be able to be rezzed, so that could also maybe give it trashable.
There's a lot of tools. This is one of the worst places to be a netrunner because there's a lot of tools that could potentially help you a lot. But if you dig for them, you might be wasting the only possible turn that you have.
Yeah, for sure. If we want to test this remote, we have to reserve clicks 3 and 4 to run this remote. So we only have 2 clicks really to set up if we're contesting this remote this turn.
Lots of thoughts here. Lots of considering the possible ways out. I appreciate Jai saying let make them have it before this. Definitely
Yeah.
a toughie. It's fun how much of today's Netrunner has just been people going, okay, I need to sit here and think about this for 10 minutes, and then it all ends in an instant.
Yeah, for sure. It's very complex with these runners. They all pose so many these corps all pose so many threats and so many forks, and you just gotta figure it out. Mm. I do wonder what is the it that Jai first would make him have it? Like what will we
Yeah, I'm
have?
wondering what exactly it could be. My guess is maybe a gourmand would do it potentially, or I don't know, or we just
Cursed
found a
line.
cursed line. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's see
Want
it.
to see this line? Overinstall fermenter. Oh, for the gourmand.
For
Oh,
the
like you said,
gourmand, there it is.
run straight
Okay.
to the flywheel.
Yep. So over install, run through the flywheel,
Ah, it must be now. Yeah, yeah.
automatically trash whatever you find. Then you can get into the server by paying through the uh you pay through the event horizon. You break the toxin, and you just hope that whatever else is on that server costs more than 6 or doesn't say end the run.
I'm curious. Wait, why don't we run through R&D once we put in the gourmand?
Jai
Is there?
deciding not to draw cards with flywheel, presumably to avoid drawing into a potential agenda. So knows what's in there. Finding a
Um,
cultivate, not really what you want to be trashing. Now there is also the one. Now the problem is, oh right, yeah, you don't have the clicks because you have to spend 2 clicks. All right, here we go.
we just gotta do
What's
it.
on that server?
Yeah, we pay through this.
Does the I don't know whether the Continental's buy rolls down. That would be to ask someone above me. Paying through this. If the inner ice is that Ferris
Oh.
from earlier, this could work. Now, the other thing is you're doing all of this for one thing, like just one agenda. And after this,
Yeah,
you did lose like a ton of stuff.
it's
You're going to
rough.
be
I'm just like,
completely broke.
yeah.
So, yeah, you could potentially just die to well, you would need 2 measured to kill.
Like even if we do some agenda here, if Jai just jams again next turn, it's gonna be kind of still in the
Yeah,
same
you have to
position.
trash a bunch of cards from hand. If you have if you have something in hand, you can potentially do it. Watch us get in and it's a spin doctor.
Is that Ice Resible?
Okay. Trash the Event Horizon. Here we go.
Right, it is the Pharaohs. It's
Right.
this
This
line's
line is
cursed.
cursed. It's a beautiful line.
It's a line. Yeah.
You did get to see what was in hand. You know that at least one of the cards was not a measured. Oh, yeah, no, I think you just die to a measured here then. Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. Yeah.
Is there a measured in
Yeah,
Archives? Yeah, there is a measured in
Yes.
Archives. So, yeah.
Oh.
I think you just
Oh.
die to that. Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Finding
okay.
1 point. You did it all for 1 point.
Wait.
Well done. Well, you did manage to score 1 point. We're all that was very cool. Good job. And now, unfortunately, you died. Hooray! Now die. Well done. Well done. That was a beautiful game. Very fun. GG.
Very well
Congratulations
played,
to Jai. You're online Megacity champion for the Apac region. Thank you for winning the Apac region as someone actually from the region. But yeah, thank you so much. You did an amazing job. Let me see if Jai wants to come on and talk for a second.
Oh yeah.
I'll see if Jai wants to show up or if Jai wants to go play board games. That was a
Yeah.
very well played match, very fun time.
Yeah, well played, yeah, indeed.
Apparently, Jai was hoping to get this done before. Okay, so Jai will come join us real quick. Let me
Very fun.
check that Jai has commentary. Jai does. So yeah, well done, Jai. That was a great game and great set of games for the tournament. Honestly, I'm curious how much Jai is happy that Jai didn't have to end up. They didn't have to play the
OTK.
to play the OTK deck.
Yeah, very fair. Yeah, that Newfound goes very fast. Wow.
Yeah. Hello. We're in the mic
Okay.
check channel because we never left it. Congratulations on winning the tournament, Jai.
Congrats.
Hello, thank you so much.
Yeah.
This was quite fun, honestly.
I'm a huge Nuvum fan, so I'm really glad to see Nuvum win the tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, like my number one reason to play the Megacity this weekend was to like get more like officials in with the Nuvum. Because I already have my buy from like Philippines Megacity a couple of weeks back. So I'm not actually sure what the status of like the Continental's buy is. I suspect the TOs will figure that out later. I don't know if it rolls down or if I get another one. I assume I can use both at the same event. That would be a little bit crazy.
Double buy. You'll just be able to do both of them. But well, that's an amazing performance in both tournaments by you, especially from. I was talking with someone a little while back and talking about the decks in the tournament, and I think I mentioned Nuvum, and they were like, and Nuvum's pretty good, but winning both times, well done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also the Newfound.
I mean, of course, the first time around was with Alco, so a much less impressive achievement overall. But yeah, I'm quite happy with this Nuvum that I built. I mean, part of the rationale, I suppose, is we saw, I think, Not Again make Decklist of the Week a couple of weeks back with that triple big deal Nuvum, and I was like, nah, this is no way to be playing that, man. Let's show everyone how Netrunner is supposed to be played. We put agendas in remote and score them, and if they try to stop us, we kill them. That's all.
Yes, that's how I've done it for a while. Well done. Fun to see that sort of Nuvum do so well. I do have to ask how much you are glad that you won that game and didn't have to play the OTK deck, or how you feel about that.
I am so happy I don't have to play the combo PD. Like, I mean, which is, I think, is an excellent pilot. Is like, I think, top 3 in the world maybe on the combo PD, and she has beaten me before, not on like my runner matchup, but like just in general on JNet casuals with the combo PD. So I'm like very sure in terms of like the matchup experience, she has the edge in that one for sure. But I was
Yeah.
quite confident that Nuvum would get one up on Lu. It was built to beat Anak after all.
Yeah. What to tell us about that? Kind of how does Nuvum kind of have the edge in that Anarch matchup?
So you see that that remote that I made right in that game. It was Pharos. Obviously, it didn't get rest, but it was Pharos into Toxin into Toxin into Event Horizon, and that remote gets set up by turn 4, like basically every game. Like
Wow.
there is no Lu in the world that is getting through that.
Yeah.
Right. So you put you make a 2 eyes 3 eyes remote. You put the Genesis behind it. The Lu can't contest you, and then like as we saw literally what happened. They contest. They throw everything at you to get in, and then they die.
Yeah, I was looking at the possible icebreakers, and there's just no good icebreaker for dealing with a toxin or most of these things. It's really, really rough.
Exactly. And I think since we're talking about the deck, I want to give a special shout out to Cultivate. I think that card is like possibly the best card in the deck, and it like just glues everything together so well, right? Because it helps you find your reanimation if you need it. It finds you ice for reanimation if you don't have a big ice to chuck. It finds you agendas to jam. It protects you from twinning dig because it stacks three cards. And so on and so forth. The list goes on.
I've
Yeah.
wanted to try it in Nuvum for a while. I've just always been too scared to add it because I was like, well, what if it doesn't do anything? But no, it's very cool. I've wanted to try it. I'm definitely going to have to now.
Yeah. Well, I can give it my 5 out of 5 stars, highest recommendation. It is really good, really skill testing. I don't think I'm like at 100% in like learning what actually can do in this deck yet. But,
well, I'm very glad to try it and then be able to show what a low skill player can do with it. But yeah, no, it was an amazing performance, a great ending there. Really seeing those lines, just going for it as fast as possible. So many games. Well done.
And then I want to shout out some of my tiebreaker teammates actually, because some of them have been saying, like after we've talked about the deck a little bit, and some of them have been saying, "Oh yeah, this is just all but worst," right? And to those people, shout out to Ice Cream College. I don't know about Ob but worse. Ob doesn't have to empty a Kringolith mining license before he can play the game. I get credits just by playing the game. So.
I love Nuvum. I love just getting money for doing things. I saw a turn where you were low on credits and then you spent you immediately petty cashed for 5, and it's like, yes, this is what Netrunner is about.
Yeah.
Exactly. You get the idea. You see the vision.
It's beautiful. Well done. Anything else you want to mention with your tournament run, or anything else?
No, I think great games from all my opponents. I think the only game I lost this event was round 1 against, I believe it was Colin. It was FireRL, who I think I have a pretty bad track record against, and I also, no matter what runner I play, I have a very bad habit of face checking Cloud Eaters as the first ice in the game. And unlike 34 Witches, I'm not very good at like recovering from that. So shout out to that one. I'll try and get better at that. But yeah, the games are fun. Mostly art is fun, dynamic, not as cringe as Lu. Lumum's great. Check it out.
I am curious why you chose to play that instead of Lu. What exactly your thought there was? Just because you didn't want to, or?
Yeah, honestly, like if I was like really locking in and trying to like maximize win chances, I would have been on Lu. Like 55% of the rest of the tournament. But yeah, mostly art is comfy. I know how to play it. I'm comfortable with it. It's less brain power because I know I need to spend a lot of brain power on this Nuvum.
Yeah, we got to watch you play it earlier in the tournament, and you just had an amazing. It was really, really well performed. Great. It was just an answer for every single possible thing.
Yeah, it's just smooth,
Yeah. Right. Well, enjoy your tournament win, and enjoy. I think you said you could still get to a board game matchup, so enjoy that.
Yeah, that's right. I think I can like go for a quick lunch and then get help on the bus. All right. I think that's it for me. Thanks for having me on. Thanks for streaming, of course.
Yeah, congrats. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right. And thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the fireworks to celebrate Jai's win, and definitely nothing else right now that are happening outside my window. Thanks for tuning into the tournament. We'll be back in 2 weeks for I believe, the EMEA tournament, and then a week after that for the Americas tournament. And then I'll probably be back a week after that for the Cascadia, but that won't be on this channel. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for commentating with me, by the way.
Yes. Yeah. Thanks for having me.
It was great to have you, and we will see you all in 2 weeks for more Netrunner. Congratulations to Jai, and congratulations to everyone else for doing so well. So long. We will see you later.